Morning, everyone, and welcome to this workshop on state of exceptions and limitation in EU copyright law, copyright flexibilities in the EU and its member state. This event is organized by the Horizon 2020 project Recreating Europe, which I have the honor to let me first of all thank very much all the speakers who accepted to be part of this event today. This event was supposed to take place in person, but unfortunately, due to COVID restriction still ongoing here, we couldn't even organize it in a blended format. The program is very dense, and my colleague Giulia Priora will give you more details about it. But let me first of all briefly introduce you what Recreating Europe is and what we do, so that you get a bit of context of the reason of this workshop today and what we're going to discuss today. Recreating Europe stands for Rethinking Digital Copyright Law for a culturally diverse, accessible and creative Europe. It's a consortium that was funded by the European Commission and started working in January 2020. Sant'Anna School of Advanced Studies coordinated, and as you can see, we have a lineup of research centers and associations working with us on the project. The project stems from a very common observation of problems afflicting digital copyright in the EU. We face new models of creation, of dissemination and consumption of cultural and creative content. We have new actors in the value chain, and the past 20 plus years of EU harmonization try to tackle structural and regulatory constraints created by these changes, but they still present pitfalls, both regulatory pitfalls at the level of fragmentation, uncertainties in the law, lack of flexibilities, problems in balancing, weak link with cultural and media policies, and so on, and problems also in the market, failures of the market, from fragmentation to inefficiencies, distortion in competition, abuses, and so on. The project stems from the observation of 4 different phenomena stemming from this background, from complexity in copyright law to awareness and knowledge gap from stakeholders to policymakers to the general public, and a general tendency to relinquish copyright in favor of other tools. So to solve these problems or to contribute to the debate, what we try to do is to bring, with our research, a groundbreaking contribution to the understanding and management of copyright in the digital single market, and to advance the general discussion of the way how intellectual property rights can be best regulated in order to facilitate access, consumption, and generation of cultural and creative products. What are our buzzwords? What do we work around? Access to culture, incentivizing cultural and creative production, fostering cultural diversity, ensure that this also leads to competitiveness of our creative industries, and moving towards the democratization of culture. The way how we tackle the 4 phenomena you saw being the background of our work are a mix of different methodologies and tools, from looking at copying strategies of stakeholders to adopting cross-disciplinary approach to all the problems we analyze, to generating several mappings and wide range of data set to help policymakers to inform their evidence-based decision-making, and always involving stakeholders with participatory research activities in each and every part of our research. The output and the workshop of today is a sort of snapshot of midterm results of these activities are unprecedented cross-national mapping of multi-level regulatory responses, the generation of new methods to measure the impact of digital market on content production, on content consumption, and on general access to cultural and creative products. We are also mapping and evaluating content filtering technologies and the way how they impact on access to culture and generation of cultural and creative content. At the end of this project, in a 1.5 years time, end of 2022, we will be ready with a set of recommendations and best practices able to remove bottlenecks to digital access and accessibility, and also to digital creation in as spread as a way possible to exploit what we believe are untapped opportunities offering by the digital single market, and also to make sure, to the extent possible, that finally digital copyright is embedded within EU cultural and creative policies. The expected impact of this project are ranging for providing qualitative and quantitative analysis of the phenomena illustrated, and so contribute to a better understanding of EU copyright regulation, to propose solution, business models for industries, and policy recommendation to stakeholders. But all in all, what we want is to contribute to fairer accessibility of digitized cultural goods and service, and to advise policymakers, EU policymakers, on appropriate level of harmonization of copyright, contributing to the development of the digital single. Our target is policymakers, stakeholders, and the society as a whole. And you will see it also in the discussion today, how much the range of our target is broad. And we work on all stakeholders involved in the process. We have 5 working groups involving all the 10 partners you saw, member of the consortium, ranging from users, authors and performers, creative industries, galleries, libraries, archives, and museums, and intermediaries. They are all involved in participatory research activities, and the mapping and measuring involves them all. The focus of today, and Giulia will tell you more about it, is on our first group, the group working on end users and access to culture. And the workshop of today is going to present the interim result of our mapping, measuring, and assessing what's going on in Europe. That's all what I wanted to say to lay the groundwork for the debate and discussion, which is going to take place this morning. And now I'm happy to leave the floor to Giulia, who will tell you more about the background research inspiring this workshop. Thank you very much once again for you to be here.
Thank you, Caterina, and thank you all for being with us today. I echo Caterina in welcoming you, and it's really great to see that the first workshop of Recreating Europe Work Package 2 has been already so successful in gathering so many interested people in the topic. Since the very beginning of Recreating Europe, in our work package dedicated to end users and access to culture, we've been working on the notions of copyright flexibility, fair balance, end user perspective, and more broadly, fairness in copyright law. After a first comprehensive recollection of the state of the art, so looking at the legal and policy debates that are going on, we're starting an unprecedented exercise of legal mapping of all public and private legal sources related to copyright flexibility, broadly intended. We collected information so far about copyright exceptions and limitations, about the public domain and statutory licensing schemes, about all possible legal references we could find about the public interest, the notion of fair balance, and user rights from both legislation and case law at both EU and national level. In September 2020, we launched a survey among national copyright experts all across Europe. 36 experts accepted our invitation to contribute to our legal mapping, and they shared with us valuable and updated information about their national copyright systems, an effort for which we are deeply grateful and which allowed us to cover all 27 member states of the EU in our legal mapping of copyright flexibilities. We are currently building the database that will host, systematically order, and also display in a user-friendly manner all data that we've collected so far, and we are still collecting them. We expect this database to be publicly available by the end of 2022, and Recreating Europe Work Package 2 will actually work on that until the very end of the project. So today's event marks a very important halfway milestone for us. We hope it marks also a very interesting occasion for you to think out loud together with us about a topic that is becoming ever more timely and ever more relevant, the topic of copyright flexibilities in the digital age. So that's in this spirit that we are here today at the first workshop that we decided to entitle, and I hope you can see the screen, The State of Exceptions and Limitations. And today, after this very brief introduction, we're having a keynote speech, 3 concurrent panel sessions, and on these I wanted to add a quick note. It will be actually the first time we have simultaneous panel sessions in Recreating Europe events. All of you actually subscribing and registering to the event could choose which one to join. In case you want to switch or you are facing technical problems, you will still be in the main room of the conference. And Tanya, whom I want to publicly thank because she has been and she is today our technical maestro of the whole event. She will help you actually get redirected to the panel session of your choice. So as long as everything is running smoothly, we will all be redirected to the breakout rooms here in Zoom. And we will have 40 minutes of discussion. And there will be also 2 moderators that I will thank later on when I'm introducing all the panelists. We'll then leave the floor to our colleagues in the University of Szeged, Peter Meze and Istvan Harkai, who will actually present the preliminary results of the complementary work we are doing in work package 2 related to the private ordering mechanism. So all what has to do with the private legal sources on copyright flexibilities. And this will actually move to the final session of the day, which will be a plenary roundtable discussion moderated by Paul Keller. And the floor will be back to Caterina Sganga for conclusive remarks. And if we stick to schedule, we will be done by 1 p.m. Just a few, as it is now becoming good practice, a few housekeeping rules for all participants and also speakers. We are recording the workshop and the recording will be made available on our project website. We ask everyone to please mute the microphones when they are not speaking, and I'm referring now to speakers because the participants will have actually the opportunity to pose questions throughout the event, always using the chat box. So we will, as event organizers, we will always keep an eye on the chat box. We encourage absolutely the participants to pose questions, and we'll try our best to collect all questions that will not be actually read and asked out loud to our speakers in order to have them and share them with the speakers afterwards. I think before jumping to the keynote speaker and leave the floor to Caterina, I wanted actually to note and to share with you all the fact that 2 speakers unfortunately will not be able to join us. And they are Valentina Moscon and Begoña González Otero from the Max Planck Institute of Munich. But in any case, all the panels will remain the same, and we definitely look forward to the discussion. So I think I'll share, I keep sharing the screen and I hand over to you, Caterina.
Thank you, Giulia, for the overview, which nicely set the ground for the discussion. Let me, without further ado, jump to the introduction of our keynote speaker for today. Professor Séverine Dusollier is a full professor of intellectual property law at Sciences Po, invited professor at the University of Strasbourg and at Louis University in Rome, and she's the co-founder of the European Copyright Society and also grantee of NIRC grant working also on this topic, among many other prestigious roles and positions she holds and has held in the past. She's a prolific author who continues to inspire and foster the debate on the boundaries of copyright protection, the role of public domain, proposing way towards a fair inclusivity in intellectual property, and more specifically, in European copyright. Just a few weeks ago, she delivered a very thought-provoking speech on e-lending in Europe, advancing and stimulating the debate on the notion of copyright exceptions. Your invitation to overcome the idea of copyright exceptions as a solution to market failures and rather start looking at them as market limitations, assessing their role, convenience, and specific needs in the digital environment is very much in line with our workshop today. Without taking away any further time from your keynote speech, I'm glad to leave the floor to Professor Séverine Dusollier, whom I thank again very much for accepting our invitation. Séverine, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. It's really an honor to be here and to deliver that keynote. I need to share my screen. Okay, yes, let me do it. It's really an honor. So thank you very much, Caterina, for your nice words and for having entrusted me with this task. So I don't have much time, actually. 20 minutes will run fast, so I will go quickly to explain what I intend to do during these 20 minutes. So my task would be to look at flexibility in exception. And I might conclude that the systems of exception might be actually largely inflexible. And I also compare this inflexibility with the flexibility of economic rights that, on the contrary, I will try to demonstrate are rather expansive and flexible enough. That leads to some sort of imbalance and what I would call an inflexible copyright regime that I'm not satisfied with. So at that point of my speech, I think I will try to change the music. And to do that, I will change the key in the keynote. So I will let you see by yourself if it would lead to more dissonance or more harmony. So you will tell me at the end. So let me start by looking at what flexibility means, actually. So flexibility usually has two different meanings. First, it's the ability to change or to be changed according to the situation. And this is the general meaning we give to flexibility when we talk of copyright exceptions. But flexibility is also the ability to bend or to be bended without breaking. And this is another notion of flexibility that I think is important in our topic. So if I look at flexible exception or the need to have some flexibility in exception, I think that we could actually look at different dimensions of flexibility. First, there would be what I would call the ontological flexibility. So the flexibility in the scope of the exception itself, whether the exception is encompassing enough, whether it could deal with different situations and cases. I will give a few words of commentary on each in a moment. Then there is the flexibility in the interpretation of exception. So the fact that exception could be applied restrictively or conversely rather broadly to different type of cases. Then there is something that sometimes is missing in the debate is the geographical flexibility. So the fact that exception, once regulated in one country, could travel easily and could be applied in the same way in another country. I think this is a flexibility that we need in European Union due to our objective of establishing an internal market. Another flexibility that is mostly discussed is the national implementation of exceptions. So here the flexibility lies on the member states. Have they some discretion in implementing an exception in the national framework? And then there is something that you might not call flexibility because it shifts the flexibility towards the copyright owners. It's the contractual flexibility. So the possibility for the exception to be accommodated or to be restricted to satisfy the needs of control of copyright owners by contract or by technological measures. So actually, if I look at my two meanings of flexibility, I think most of those flexibility case is referred to ability to change, except maybe the geographical flexibility and the contractual flexibility, where actually the exception might be constrained or might bend to the point of risking to break. So this is what I will try to develop. Okay, so okay, so the scope of exception first. I will be very quick here. So actually, I will go very quickly through my slides, and there are more elements of information on my slides, and they will be for your information later on, but I won't have time to go in all details. So as to the scope of exception, of course, it goes without saying that it depends on the condition of exceptions. Some of exceptions contain some flexible standards like fair practice, economic significance, etc. They determine the beneficiaries of the exception or not. They are formulated in technologically neutral terms or not, etc. So depending on the exception, you might have varying degrees of flexibility, of course. As to the interpretation of exception, we all know that the Court of Justice has repeated constantly that the exception should be strict, but there is some room for functional interpretation to enable the effectiveness of this exception and the purpose of the exception to be observed, and particularly, said the Court of Justice in the 2019 3 cases dealing with exception and fundamental rights, particularly if exceptions pursue a fundamental right. There, the accepted interpretation might be loosened a bit more. That led the Court of Justice to extend the exception when it was necessary for its effectiveness, like the Ilmer case, but also sometimes to extend the exception to new modes of use. They were strictly not included by the lawmaker at the time, and it was the VOB case with the e-leading exception. So there is some room here for expanded application. The cross-border application, I will go very quickly here. So the fact that an exception might be applicable to a use in one state, but as soon as the use has a cross-border application, the exception might suddenly break and not be valid anymore in another countries. This is something that the EU lawmaker has started to deal with in recent decision or even cases, but I think this is something that is still largely unexplored and where more flexibility should be pursued. Okay, the most important point, I think, when we talk about flexibility is the possibility for states to have some room where they implement the exception in their national law. So we know that the principle is a closed list of exception, and so the states cannot go further than that closed list of exception. But at the same time, the Court of Justice has progressively built a system of guidelines to help the states to know what they can do or what is the discretion that they might have. So I put here a lot of principles that come from this system built up by the Court of Justice. And the last cases, the Finkel Median case, Pelham and Spiegel Online cases of 2019, constituted a good summary of the state of case law and how the Court of Justice gives some power for the member states to implement the exception. So it insisted on the primacy of union law, so the fact that notably the protection of fundamental rights of the EU Charter must be achieved, that the states have some discretion in implementation, but they have to play with EU rules like proportionality, compliance with conditions, the high level of protection of copyright owners, the functioning of an internal market. They have to ensure some effectiveness of exceptions and a fair balance. They have to comply with the 3-step test, and they also need to implement exceptions in an harmonized manner. So even though they have some room for maneuver, they have to look at what the other states are doing to be able to have an harmonized picture of exception across Europe. A question that was only sketched by the Court of Justice, but I think is really fundamental, is whether the member states have a choice not to implement an exception, and particularly if the exception conveys a fundamental right. In the same 3 decision, the Court of Justice said exceptions are rights of users, and I quote, exceptions may or even must be transposed by the member states, but it didn't develop any further the condition for this must be transposed by the member states. And also another rule that comes out of those decisions is that fundamental rights should be guaranteed by the states when transposing the exception, but fundamental rights cannot be used as a defense and a specific defense for infringement beyond the case of exception. So in my opinion, it should lead to member states, if they have to comply with the obligation under EU law, to transpose exception that convey a fundamental rights, because otherwise the users might not have any other means to really to benefit from their right of exception of expression, for instance. The Advocate General in those cases went a step further and argues, I think, for a mandatory implementation. We could discuss it further. So actually, the Court of Justice leaves us with a very complicated guidelines where there are a lot of puzzles and contradiction, because it insists on strict interpretation but allows teleological interpretation. It prohibits any extension of the scope but admits that some ancillary use be admitted beyond the text of the exception. It gives some discretion to the member state, but at the same time, it hesitates as to a possible obligation to implement. It says that implementation should achieve harmonization, but it leaves the member states to be discreet in the choice of modalities and condition of the exception. So good luck for lawmakers in implementation of exception, because I think they're really bound by different dilemmas. So the last point that would also help me to make a transition is the flexibility of the exception in a reverse flexibility. So the possibility to subject the exception to further control by copyright owners. Okay. And we know here that a few years ago, it was completely admitted that exception could be further controlled by copyright owners, by contract, or by technological measures. The EU law has started to put in place some defenses against this private ordering that could disrupt the balance between right and exceptions. And I will not go into the details here, but this is something also that type of flexibility should not be something that we should allow any further. That gives me the possibility to transition to the flexibility of rights, because if we look at flexibility of exception, it's because we would like exception to be more flexible in defeating the exclusive rights, or in creating spaces where exclusive rights would not extend. But actually, it assumes that exclusive rights could extend and economic rights could extend. It's true, actually. The concept of reproduction, communication to the public are rather flexible and open concepts. They have an open scope, so they may expand to new modes of exploitation. And even in the directive of 2001 that give for the first time a definition of reproduction and communication to the public, to the EU acquis, I don't think it was new definition. It was just a confirmation by those definitions that those rights have the potential to extend to any type of use coming from the new digital environment. So that flexibility of reproduction and communication to the public is also justified by what has become a mantra of the EU lawmaker and the EU Court of Justice, the high level of protection of copyright owners. It was only one recital in the 2001 directive, but became a very important principle of copyright law. Another reasons for this flexibility game between rights and exception is the fact that rights are technically defined, so specific, so a very broad concept of copy that is only defined by the mere technical fact of a copy makes it that any use or access to works in a digital format, no triggers copy and sometimes acts of making available. And so it means that exceptions are not needed as an answer. Before, exceptions were uses, they were privileged, but nobody gave it a second thought, because actually most of the time, many exceptions were just exercised on tangible copies that escape the control of copyright owners to some extent. I will give you the example of text and data mining. Text and data mining, if you look at what it is in reality, okay, I will really simplify at the extreme here, but looking at a lot of copyrighted content to extract information and to analyze information should not be an act covered by copyright. It's getting access to information, to ideas, and not to modes of expression. But because it triggers some technical acts of copies, an exception was needed to make it escape from the scope of economic rights. But then, because you need to devise a new exception as a response, the exception is also seen as a threat. And in the process, you constrain or you limit the condition of that exception that makes it a use that finally is controlled and is not really enabled. So this is how we have an inflexible copyright regime where we have a hierarchy between rights and exceptions. The rights are the principle, and exception, as the term says, are exceptions. And you have also this multiple limitation constraints that apply to the exception that are not on an equal foot with the economic rights. So this is where I would like to propose another system, or propose something else, and changing key in the keynote. So my point would be that, in my view, I think exception should be, we should unlimit the exception. By that, I mean that we should stop considering exceptions, as limits, but we should start considering them as privilege, as uses that are privileged within the copyright system. So that would break the hierarchy between rights as a principle and exception as strictly and controlled, strictly bordered and controlled use. But I don't mean by that it would reduce the rights of the authors. So for me, the rights of the authors are the most important element in copyright, so they would not be impaired by the new status given to the exception, but it's just that the exception would be really taking part to the copyright system as a balance. So I think that exceptions should be now considered as enabling devices that support socially legitimate uses. So those legitimate uses should be identified based on the needs of their beneficiaries, libraries, private users, schools, disabled person, etc. I will give you a few examples in a moment. And the design of those privileged use should be organized around the purpose, the objective to be achieved, but not limited with very strict condition. Actually, I think this is what the EU copyright legislation tried to achieve in the last 10 years. I don't think it completely, the directive of 2019, really fulfilled that promise, but it was there from 2009 in the communication of the Commission on copyright in the knowledge economy, where the starting point was not the economic right, but was the needs of libraries, education, disabled persons. And I think this is the way we should go back to. So it would mean seeing copyright as a cultural landscape that has as its purpose to incentivize rewarding creativity, granting control to copyright owners on circulation of works, but also to organize access to works and culture and enabling a dialogic culture. So how would it be done in terms of copyright exceptions, that I would not call exceptions anymore? I think that copyright should be about allocation of access and uses of works, but also about allocation of cost and revenue dealing with those uses. Doing the first without doing the second would be a failure. And I think that both steps are really important. So let me give you a few details. I still have 3 minutes, right? Something like that. Perfect. This is how I talk so quick. So it's a nightmare for translators when there are translators in the rooms and they are really unhappy. But for here, it will work within my time. So allocation of uses and access. As I said, I think that the rights of authors are the primary purpose of copyright. So it means that a lot of uses of copyrighted works should be left to the market and to the control of copyright owners, that they could use their right to authorize or prohibit, the license, etc. That would cover most acts of copies and public circulation of works. Okay, but then there are a lot of collective uses and access to works that deal with the constitution of a public sphere. And in that public sphere, that access to work should not be left to the market. It should be collectively and publicly organized. And I mean here education, research, library, public lending, disabled person, etc. There might be a lot of examples throughout the copyright exception that we could envisage as exception or privileged uses that actually are organized to allow individuals to get access to works through a collective institution. And then you have other type of uses that I would call market limitation. Caterina already mentioned this in her kind introduction. This is cases where it is not a market failure. It is cases where the market should not be able to cover those uses. It could be private uses that for normative reasons or for market failure, whatever, we decide to leave beyond the market. It would be cases where the market should allow some competition, like the exhaustion principle, the interoperability. It should be also minimal uses, and it should be cases of public interest, so they are not into the public sphere, even though they have a link, because they are also coming from individuals. It's quotation, parody, etc. Those are cases where licensing should not be the way to authorize that type of use. But then I said, once you have allocated use and access, there is another question that you have to answer. This is a question of allocation of cost and revenues. And it would answer a question that comes regularly from copyright owners, and a question that I think is very legitimate. It's the fact that sometimes copyright owners says, okay, it's fine, libraries are fine, we all love libraries, we all love public lending, we all love teaching, but why would we have to wear the burden of this access to work? It should not be copyright owners that should subsidize those type of collective access. And I think this is a very crucial question. So allocation and cost of revenues for all users left to the market, it should be a matter for the market, except that the law has a role in allocating revenues or a fair share of revenues to authors and performers. This is what Article 18 of the last directive is trying to achieve. As to collective access to work, I think that there should be more public funding of collective access and uses. And here I know that we are entering in times of crisis, and that will be very difficult in terms of public money to organize collective access throughout Europe. But this is something that the European Union should help member states to do. And then market limitation, I think we could refer to compulsory licensing, fair remuneration system, etc., or not. Some cases of market limitation should not be remunerated, like parody, quotation, but others should certainly be remunerated. So I could have time to develop it with a case study on public lending, but I think I will stop here and to leave some time for discussion. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot, Séverine. This was really inspiring, and it's really a perfect groundwork also for what we're going to discuss in the panel sessions and afterwards in the roundtable. There is a lot of food for thoughts here. I don't know if we have time to pick for just one or two questions and before moving to the panel sessions in case. Giulia and Tanya, you have the control over the chat.
Yes, I was just checking now, but I think we have plenty of time during the panel session actually to explore further, and also the panel who actually will have the honor of having Professor Dusollier also to discuss further with her directly on the topic she presented. I don't see currently any questions in the chat. Breaking the ice.
We will have probably time at the end of the roundtable eventually to collect further reflection on this point. Okay, so if that's the case, Giulia, please, your turn to move to the panel sessions.
Absolutely. I see that Tanya is asking everyone, since a lot of participants are also asking or didn't select the panel session, then our request for everyone is to choose which panel session to join. Therefore, I just quickly remind you that we have the first panel on parody and quotation, moderated by Istvan Harkai from the University of Szeged. We have a panel, which is panel number 2 on teaching and scientific research uses, moderated by Teresa Nobre from Comunia. And we have panel 3 on statutory licensing scheme, which is moderated by myself. And it will take actually us just a few seconds to select which panel we want to join. I think the options will be on the screen. Tanya, if you can confirm.
Yes, indeed. So there are quite a few of you who have not been assigned to the rooms. And if you're one of them, please choose your room yourself. So to do that, you go into the breakouts, you click on the breakouts on the bottom of your screen, and you choose the room to join. And if you have any problems, just unmute yourself and let me know.
My name is Istvan Harkai. I am a senior lecturer at the University of Szeged Faculty of Law and Political Sciences and also a participant of this H2020 Recreating Europe program. And I have the honor to lead this discussion about the parody exception and the pastiche exception. And we have 3 panelists, 3 discussants, Julien Cabay, if I pronounce his name correctly, Philipp Homar, and Kacper Szkalej. And I was asked to keep the time limit, which will be 10 minutes per discussant, because we are only 3 in this panel. So we will have time. And after every panelist shared his or her thoughts about the limitations and exceptions, and specifically the parody and quotation, we will have around 10 minutes for questions and comments. I have already one comment, but I will keep it until the end of this panel. So I would like to pass the floor to Professor Julien Cabay, who is an associate professor at the Université Libre of Brussels and at the University of Liège. And he's also an invited professor at the universities of Strasbourg and Leuven. And he's also an affiliate researcher at the Digital Law Center, University of Geneva. Professor Cabay, the floor is yours.
Thanks a lot. So I'm very happy to be here. I will just try to share my screen in order to show you a few things that I'd like to share with you today. Just have to find out where is my...
It's at the bottom of the page.
Yeah, I know, but I can't. I can't find the right one. I'm sorry about this. Where is it? Wait a minute, because I'm sorry about this. I get it, but not the right one. So I understand why. Okay, here it is. Okay, so here I am. So I'm sorry about this. So it's complicated to talk about parody and quotation and all these things. So I'd like to, because there are so many things to say. So actually, I'd like to share with you a personal experience. Back in 2012, I was in New York. I was attending a corporate law class and at Columbia Law School. And while discussing fair use, actually, we started commenting on this. And we were envisaging its status as a parody. And I was puzzled because I was thinking, I don't get it. Why are they talking about parody? So the most surprising to me was that when I looked around, I noticed that all American guys in the rooms were shaking their head, showing disapproval or either noting because they didn't agree with the parody status of this. And basically, they actually did get it. And I was the only one scratching his head like with the question, why would that be a parody? So for those of you who share with me somehow the same feeling of loneliness I had at the time, the reason is probably because you're not familiar with Dr. Seuss' The Cat in the Hat. As I would figure out later, this book is actually a classic in children's literature that every American kid has read in its early days. In other words, The Cat in the Hat is a common reference for Americans. And it is self-speaking for anyone in the US. This is why they could discuss whether the cat is not in the hat is a parody or not, without any further explanation. This is also why, as a Belgian guy freshly arrived on the other side of the Atlantic, I did not get it. So this little story actually illustrates perfectly the point I want to make here. In the 5 minutes I have, I assume I have a little bit less than what is offered, so maybe we'll have more time for discussion. That's great. So the parody as such is a topical figure of what's called in general intertextuality. The term was coined first by Giulia, who stressed out that every text is constructed as a mosaic of quotations. The reference here to the text can be brought into every type of material, as intertextuality is present in every field of artistic creation. It's quite easy to understand how intertextuality comes up with copyright law, since copyright protection can lie in small pieces of an author's work that can be used by another author for the purpose of creating something else. And from a copyright law perspective, the type of copying would amount to infringement, except where a valid defense can be raised. What, however, makes intertextuality different from mere plagiarism and infringement lies in the relation between the two works. Here, in the field of intertextuality, the relation is not meant to be concealed. To the contrary, intertextuality performs its aesthetical function exclusively and only to the extent that it is perceived as such by the observer. It supposes, therefore, a certain comment by the observer, a comment that is desired or assumed by the author, the creator. In the field of quotation, the recognition of the presence of intertextuality is traditionally eased by the author, who will mention the source, like on this slide. This often performs additional tasks, like evidencing the reliability of the information used or the authority of the critics. But what about parody? Mentioning the source is not common in the field of parody, and the Court of Justice in Dekmin confirmed that the concept of parody should not be subject to such a condition. Does it mean that a parody can exist where the source is not identified? Still in Dekmin, the Court of Justice stated that a parody must be regarded as an autonomous concept of EU law and interpreted uniformly throughout the European Union. It considered that its essential characteristics are, first, to evoke an existing work while being noticeably different from it, and secondly, to constitute an expression of humor or mockery. The application of this broad definition is, however, left to the national judge, who will have to take into account all the circumstances of the case in order to strike a fair balance in such application. To evoke an existing work while being noticeably different from it, this is the first condition, seems to me impossible where the work that is evoked is unknown from the observer. So in a previous study of mine and my colleague Maxime Lambrecht, based on a thorough analysis of the case law in Belgium and France, we concluded that it seems that the target of the parody has to be to a certain extent famous at the time of the parody. That conclusion was supported by the case law, the literature, and by the fact that we could not identify one single decision finding a lawful parody making use of an unknown work. And similarly, in his opinion in Dekmin, the Advocate General Cruz Villalon seemed to assume that the parody could be legitimate where there is an alteration of pre-existing work, which is sufficiently recognizable to the public at which that criticism is directed. Which leads me to my main point. The qualification of parody is highly subjective, in the sense that it is subject to a relational and contextual assessment from the point of view of the observer. But here the idea of a subjectivity infusing the notion is not akin to the one that attracts criticism, like in the assessment of originality, for example, in particular in member states where the aesthetic or artistic value were relevant before Kofemet. It is not either the type of unwelcome subjectivity one would see in the qualification of a hyperlink as a communication to the public after GS media. No, here the subjectivity is inherent to the concept of parody because its very existence from an aesthetic and legal standpoint depends on the observer, his or her knowledge, his or her understanding. And even if the Court of Justice in Libre stressed out the need to remove subjectivity from the assessment of copyright protection, there's still room for the type of subjectivity at stake in the intertextuality. In that regard, in Pelham, through reading the quotation exception in the light of the freedoms of the arts protected under Article 13 of the Charter of Fundamental Rights, the Court of Justice emphasized that the application of the exception was with the work from which the sample was taken, which supposes that it is possible to identify the work concerned by the quotation at issue, which leads to the obvious and difficult question, by whom? So it is impossible to answer that question here, but to conclude, I think it is worth recalling that original works, including parodies, are intended to an audience. Sometimes this audience can be that wide that it covers the population of a whole country as big as the US with a common culture well anchored. Sometimes to the opposite, this audience will be very local in place and time. It can even be children. But whatever the audience, it will always be decisive to give it a place in the analysis of a parody, as it is necessary in order to address, in one particular case, the fair balance between the protection of copyright and the freedom of expression and the arts. This is why autonomous and uniform interpretation will never lead to autonomous and uniform application. At least I hope so, for the sake of the arts. This is the point I wanted to make here, and I'm very happy to have questions and discuss some of the cases I just showed, particularly the Belgian ones. So the floor is yours. Thanks.
Thank you very much for this very interesting presentation. And I would like to pass the floor now to Philipp Homar, who is a full professor of intellectual property law at the Johannes Kepler University of Linz. And he's also a senior lecturer, senior scientist at the Center for IP, Media and Innovation Law at the Danube University of Krems. Philipp, the floor is yours.
Thank you for handing over the floor. I want to start right away, and my approach today is to discuss some of the recent case law in Austria that is concerning parodies and quotations. So I want to start right away and want to start with the parody exception in the Austrian copyright system, because I can be quite short on the parody exception, because we still don't have a parody exception transposed in the Austrian copyright law, which is similar to the situation in Germany. This will, of course, change as soon as we've transposed the copyright directive in the digital single market, which we still don't have. And I think this will still take some time. But right now, the situation is in Austria, we don't have an explicit parody exception, which means that parodies are in the Austrian system dealt with under the doctrine of free use of independent works. You may be familiar with this standpoint also from the German copyright law, because it was in the background of the referral in the case Pelham. And that's also how the Austrian courts are dealing with parodies, if they are to be deemed as independent new works, which means that they are sufficiently independent. Actually, the Court of Justice says in evaluating if this new work is sufficiently independent, we also have to take into account the fundamental rights of freedom of speech and freedom of the arts. And if this leads then to the situation to say, acknowledging the freedom of speech, we have to say this new work is sufficiently independent to the old work, then the use is admissible, and the parody does not require the consent of the author of the original work. In this case, you see one example for parody. We actually don't have many cases on parodies in the Austrian system. In this case, it was about a governor of a state in Austria. You see the picture of her on the left-hand side. And she was making an election advertisement for kindergartens. And on the right-hand side, you see a parody of this photograph, because this governor you see here was also liberal on abortion policies, and an anti-abortionist group was making the parody on the right-hand side and was taking one child out of the picture, because the text is saying that this child did not survive the liberal policy on abortion supported by this person. And the Austrian Supreme Court said this was a legitimate way of parody, because it is not untrue or defamatory. So also some acknowledgements we would need to consider under the Deckman case that the Austrian court was taking into consideration here. And it also said that actually the parody does not undermine the economic interests involved here in this case. I want to now switch to the quotation exception, as we also want to talk about the status of the quotation exception. And the situation in Austria here is that we, of course, have transposed a quotation exception. And since 2015, we have it in a way that is comprising both a general clause, which is generally stating when a quotation is admissible. And then we additionally have a demonstrative list of specific cases in which a quotation is to be deemed as admissible. So this is the basic approach of the Austrian legislator for dealing with quotations. And I now want to provide a short overview of case law that's mainly targeting two aspects in the press debate and in the political debate, because we had quite a bunch of cases that is concerning these two aspects of using third-party content in the press debate and also in the political debate. And when it comes to citing pictures in critical reports, the Austrian Court of Justice is putting an emphasis quite much on the purpose of the quotation, but because it says that not every purpose of the quotation of third-party content, and in particular it was about using photos of third parties, he's saying not every purpose of citation also justifies the means. So the point is very much on whether the work that is cited is enabling the fundamental rights to free speech. And you see the differentiation here in the cases where the outcome was that the citation was permissible. They were mainly about that criticism was enabled, the citation was enabling the reader to form an own opinion. And also in many cases, the court refers to that it just would not have been possible without the citation to transmit the meaning that was now transmitted by using the work. Inadmissible are any citations which, on the other hand, exceed the amount that is deemed to be admissible under the fundamental right of free speech. And the Austrian Court of Justice says the line that has to be drawn here is whenever a work is only used as eye-catcher, as mere illustration, and if it is just not conferring any additional informative value, then these are citations which are not admissible under copyright law. And to make this visible with concrete examples, you see here one case. It was about a photo on the left-hand side, which is showing the head of the Green Party, the head of the parliamentary club of the Green Party, to be precise. So it's a member of the Austrian parliament who was posting a photo against hate speech. It was directed against people posting hate speeches. And another political party took a part out of the photo and was using it for criticizing the politics of this member of the parliament. And the Court of Justice in this respect said this was not admissible. This is not an admissible citation because I've provided an overview here of the reasoning. I can't go into detail because of time reasons, but ultimately the Court of Justice said there was just no recognizable interaction with the cited work. And this rather leads to an undue impairment of the plaintiff's interest because the context in which it's used. So it was used in a political context, which was deemed to be defamatory in its nature because this content that was now expressed with the parody or the citation was just not true. So it was defamatory to the copyright holder in this aspect. Where the outcome was different was this example. You see the Austrian Chancellor in this picture on the left-hand side. They posted this photo on the Facebook channel of the Austrian Chancellor's website, and then they switched the photo in the background here. So you see that they inserted another photo in the background. It was a third-party photo, and the thing is, this was not a problem in this aspect. So it seems that the copyright holder of this photo in the background was quite okay with the photo being. Another political party was reporting about the media practices of the Chancellor and was saying that the Chancellor is retouching these photos and is putting some content, some third-party photo into this picture. And then this other party was sued by the copyright holder of this photo with the nature motive. And in this aspect, the Court of Justice says this is an admissible citation because the photograph with the nature motive had a quotation and evidence function, since a mere verbal description would not have had the same effect. So in this aspect, it was an admissible citation. To sum it up, I think in the Austrian system, both the parodies and also the citations come down to a case-by-case assessment. It is very much down to the purpose of the quotation in the specific fact, and the line that has to be drawn here according to the Austrian jurisprudence is whether we can deem it as quotation or as a mere illustration. Whenever it's a mere illustration, then this is not to be deemed as admissible under the Austrian quotation exception. I think what we also can say is that the lack of indication of the source, which is of course also actually a requirement under the Austrian citation exception, the lack of the indication of the source is actually dealt with rather generously, because the cases that I've shown, I think you could have argued in this aspect that these are no citations because there is no indication of the source. So I think you could actually have quite easily argued that these are all of them are not admissible citations because the source is lacking, but this did not affect the outcome in the court cases. So I think the Court of Justice is putting most of the emphasis on the purpose of the citation, and the lack of indication is actually not dealt with so strictly. So this was my input from the Austrian system, and I look very much forward to the discussion.
Thank you very much, Philipp. And now we will go to the next one, the last presenter, Professor Kacper Szkalej, who is a researcher at the University of Uppsala, also a guest lecturer at the Universities of Stockholm and Lund, and a lecturer at the KTH Royal Institute of Technology. Professor Szkalej, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Stvan. It's a great pleasure to be here. I will set up my screen that you should be able to see right now. I'd like to really continue on Philipp's track to talk about parodies in Sweden, and specifically on something that I should probably call the Swedish parody doctrine, or the parody principle. It was established in 2019 and is still under development. To describe what this doctrine does, I've given my very concise presentation a subtitle: Ensuring Legal Certainty Through Legal Flexibility. As a contextual remark about the Swedish copyright system, we position ourselves on the same end of the spectrum as traditional European copyright law. We all know, notwithstanding the developments before the CJU, rights are broad and limitations are narrow and are intended to be construed narrowly, and this ensures legal certainty, unless it is a parody. So, stepping in the shoes of a formalist, a little bit like in Austria, Swedish copyright law does not have an adopted parody provision in the catalog of limitations in the Copyright Act. Now, I don't want to say that we opted to exercise the discretion in Article 5 of the InfoSoc Directive and not implement Article 5.3k. Rather, parodies are simply not even mentioned in the preparatory works related to implementation of the directive. But they are permitted under the Swedish version of the freie Benutz and free use provision, which is in section 4.2 of the Act, and which states that if an individual has created a new and independent work in free connection to a work, their copyright shall not be subject to the rights in the original work. And it's been like this since at least the adoption of the current Act in 1960, as the preparatory works to that Act expressly recognize that it is a tradition to accept parodies as permitted uses in copyright law. And at the time, space was allocated in section 4 of the Act. And prior to Deckman, or even the InfoSoc Directive, no court ever went to the bottom of the question whether parodies need to be an individual or new work or not. The preparatory works do not really, or they are unclear on this point, since they merely accept that parodies are permitted under the Copyright Act, and they say that in the context of a discussion on section 4. So it has been really open to discussion, and some early scholarship, even before Deckman, would also point this out, that there is room for an argument that parodies need not be original. But this was open for debate, and the 3 cases that we have before the InfoSoc Directive and before the Deckman case did not really, as I said, go to the bottom of this. And in July 2019, the Patent and Market Court of Appeal cast light on this question in the so-called Metal Pole case, which, well, awkwardly had familiar circumstances that concerned periodical use on the internet of an unpublished part of a video protected by neighboring rights that were recorded by a well-known politician. And essentially, there's a lot of circumstances in this case, and actually a few more exceptions that the court was considering. But as far as parodies were concerned, the court stated that the failure to mention parodies in the preparatory works during implementation of the InfoSoc Directive did not mean that the legislator intended parodies to not exist after implementation. Rather, the legislator desired to maintain parodies as permitted uses under the already set up framework. But following Deckman, as Julien already explained, the court made clear that parodies constitute an autonomous concept of EU law, which must be given a uniform interpretation and need not be original. And then following the CJU's case law on the concept of work and originality, it's referred here to InfoPack and Levola Hengelo, the existing order under section 4 might conflict the CJU's clarification of how EU law is to be construed. And for that reason, an understanding that parodies must actually constitute a new and independent work cannot be applied. So the court instead applied the Deckman ruling in the context of section 4, and basically created a new limitation, you could say, in a very unlikely place, as a kind of a prong of section 4 that is based on Deckman and simply accepts the so-called, well, let's call it EU concept of parody. And this approach was repeated last year in October by the district court in another parody case that concerned a well-known work which was used on the cover of a book and a few other places, called The Swedish Tiger. And this decision has been appealed, so it's actually now before the appeals court. But what's interesting here is, except the fact that the court did expressly apply the reasoning of the metal pole case, that the court also referred to the three-step test and made an assessment of whether parodies should be allowed. The assessment isn't really systematic of going through all the steps, but an overall assessment was made, and the court concluded that the three-step test does not preclude accepting parodies as permitted uses. So I guess my time is running out. So by way of a closing remark, the question is really whether we should preserve this newly established section 4.2 order in Deckman livery, or whether we just introduce an actual limitation in the catalog in chapter 2. The timing is obviously right for this question, since we are still working on figuring out what to do with Article 17 and the DSM directive in general, where we are going to be late. I've stated in a different context that there are good reasons for including a new provision in the catalog of limitations to ensure transparency in the system, so that it is clear what is allowed and what is not allowed. But there are also very good, maybe even better reasons to let parodies stay where they are right now. And this has to do with Section 11 of the Copyright Act, which makes clear that the catalog of limitations does not apply to moral rights. So stated simply, moral rights take precedence over the limitations that we have. And obviously, parodies do challenge protection conferred by moral rights. Almost all of the cases, the few cases that we have, includes moral rights claims. So a conflict cannot be avoided in these kind of cases, and letting parodies remain in Section 4, the way it has been developed by the court now, probably provides more space for at least a transparent balancing act of the different interests and fundamental rights that are at stake than what the second chapter of the Act will allow if we literally apply the ceiling that is imposed by Section 11. And I think that in Sweden, this space might actually be needed because copyright also enjoys sui generis, so to say, constitutional protection. So there's the additional edge from a fundamental rights perspective that we accept the fundamental rights balancing that we're used to see in the deciduous case law. And if we instead let the assessment be governed by Section 11, or having regard to Section 11, I think that in practice, every case that involves parodies will instead focus on the technicalities around or related to moral rights. That is because the courts normally are very loyal to the wording of an adopted provision, even if the metal pole case might imply otherwise. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the presentations to Professor Szkalej. Let me give you just one comment very briefly. Hungary has just implemented the whole CDSM directive and the parody exception included, and it has just entered into force today. So that was my short comment, and we have two questions, if I saw correctly in the chat room. On one hand, to Julien, there is a question, how are to handle cases where the supposed parody is communicated to a broad geographical audience? And on the other hand, we have another question from Giulia regarding the parody exception. It sounds like that. Would you consider the standard of getting the reference is different for pastiche? And perhaps this could also be subsumed under the quotation, but not German courts. So the floor is yours to answer the questions, can be found in the chat room.
Thank you. I guess I may have a word on the two questions, one which is directly directed to me by Lionel. And regarding Lionel's question, that's a tricky question. So in practice, the problem would be if we do have conflicting decisions or conflicting cases in different countries with different judges. For example, that parody would go to judges, and we would have two different kind of assessments. That would be highly problematic, and I have no idea how a judge would consider the audience to be taken into consideration when the audience is not actually limited in its own jurisdiction. So I have no idea how they would deal with that. As far as I know, the intent of the parodies was taken into consideration by the judges in the Belgian and French case law, rather than the actual public getting the parody. So it was more the intent of the author, the parodist, to be understood by the intended audience that was relevant, rather than the actual possibility for these audience to get a parody, which is problematic in different ways, because obviously the intent of the author will be highly problematic when the parody is akin to the one in Deckman, for example, where you have a right-wing party, extreme right-wing party, trying to make fun of some people for politic purposes. So you can say the intent is actually, yeah, to be understood and to make fun of this. So taking into consideration only the intent of the author of the parodist might be problematic in that particular sense. So I don't know exactly, but I would assume that the fair balance principles would give some guidance after they're implemented in different ways. And why I'm saying this, because I had first thought regarding the fact that the target of the parody is well known is somehow, and this was in the literature, not in the case law, but in the literature, there was this idea that actually if the parody is well known, so the author is kind of more public and should enjoy a little bit less protection confronted to freedom of expression of others. So in the balancing, the idea that it is well known, it's supposed to be well known by the public, and therefore the freedom of expression would be a little bit more extensive in regard to these uses. And on the other hand, if I'm looking at the case law and the last decision that was issued in Belgium, so the one with the Mayad B that I showed on the last slide, actually the fact that the children would not get it was taken into consideration in the analysis of the fair balance, because actually this parody was intended to both the parents and the children, and therefore that in the analysis of the fair balance, that aspect was taken into consideration. So I do not know how you would deal with that, but the problem in the practice would be if you do have two cases on the same parody, which are supposedly leading to different conclusions in these different jurisdictions, that would be problematic. I don't know if that would happen, but if it has to happen, that would be dealt with probably within the fair balance analysis, and I don't know how a judge would deal with that. Regarding just and last comment on the questions by Giulia Reda. Under Belgian and French law, they make no distinction between parody, quotation, parody, pastiche, and caricature. And my assumption is that actually the wording of the directive InfoSoc was borrowed from French law. And there was no distinction. This was just dedicated parody for the music, pastiche for the literature, and caricature for the visual arts. This was the understanding, and in the case law, there is no difference that is to be made. So the idea of getting the parody would still be a part of this discussion.
Thank you very much. Unfortunately, we have run out of time. Thank you for the presentations of the panelists, and also thank you for the questions in the chat room. We have to return now to the main session because the event continues. Thank you very much again for the participation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Morning. Okay. Thank you so much, and welcome to the panel on the state of teaching and scientific research exceptions. It's a pleasure for me to be here today. As you know, part of Communia, we have been involved in the discussions surrounding the teaching exception for many years, even preceding the new copyright directive. I think we can claim to be one of the organizations that has instigated the Commission to try to harmonize the landscape for educational uses. We obviously didn't succeed in our intents of harmonizing the education exception that then existed just at the InfoSoc level. The Commission went into another direction and created a different parallel exception. And as we, approach the deadline for the implementation of the directive, next week is the deadline for the implementation. We know that most of the countries have not yet implemented except the Article 5 nor the Article 2 or 3 of the provisions of the DSM directive, neither the remaining parts of the directive. We at least can see some trends. So we know, for instance, in terms of Article 5, we have seen implementations in the Netherlands, Germany, and Hungary. And in terms of language, there's about 10 countries in which we have seen at least some draft proposals. And of course, we are seeing some trends already, and trends that come perhaps due to a lack of knowledge or a lack of interest in making use of the flexibilities that both directives give. So we have seen things like some countries improving their existing education exceptions that were based in the InfoSoc, but still having a new exception based on the DSM, and therefore creating these parallels and overlaps between exceptions that are quite problematic from a legal interpretation point of view. But also we have seen countries that have very broad languages, didn't need to change anything, and still implemented new DSM education exceptions in parallel. So there's one good trend. There's only 2 countries that have made the education exception subject to license availability so far, or proposed to make the exception subject to license availability, and only for a certain few uses, which is good. But I think at this point, and without further delay, and after making this kind of overview of the situation right now, I would hand over to our first panelist, Anna Lazarova, an Internet law and doctoral researcher at the University of Sofia, to talk precisely about this relationship between the previous education exception in the InfoSoc and the new education exception on the DSM directive, and how this new exception can perhaps potentially harmonize the optional InfoSoc exception. So the floor is yours, Anna. Thank you.
Thank you, Teresa. Hello, everyone. It's really nice to be here, and thanks to the Recreating Europe team for this kind of invitation. My topic is a bit more general. I am not going to focus on specific member states, but do a bit of an overview of the fragmented landscape of educational exceptions on EU level, and the tendency for this situation to be replicated, and even in my view, exacerbated within the ongoing copyright reform. I'd like to start with a reminder, which is of course maybe completely unnecessary for this particular audience, but it seems that national policymakers should be constantly reminded of the fact that an exception for the purposes of illustration for teaching already does exist on EU level, and it has a rather broad scope. It is embodied in the provision of Article 5.3a of the InfoSoc directive, and allows for the reproduction, communication to the public, and making available to the public by any user of works or other protected subject matter for the sole purpose of illustration for teaching, and to the extent justified by the non-commercial purpose to be achieved. As you all know, it has no restrictions in terms of beneficiaries and in terms of types of use, and most importantly, it is technology neutral. So why is the EU legislator not happy with the pre-existing provision? Because it is optional. In fact, there are no member states that don't have an exception for educational purposes in one form or another. The issue is that most limit its application in various aspects. For instance, in terms of subject matter, for example, sheet music and materials intended primarily for the educational market are excluded from the scope of the exception in France. Also, in some jurisdictions, the exception might apply to published works only, or to copyrighted works only, but not to some neighboring rights. This is, for example, the situation in Bulgaria, and I can't even tell if this was done on purpose. Also, we have restrictions to the scope per types of usage, per volume of the allowed use, of course, per beneficiaries. And of course, we have differences in terms of requirements for the payment of fair compensation. So on one hand, the exception has different scope in different member states. On the other, it may be also subject to different regimes in one member state, where certain groups of beneficiaries or types of usage entail different scope of reuse. And wanting to remedy this legal uncertainty, the EU legislator attempted to adopt a mandatory minimum of user rights protection through the new Article 5 of the CDSM directive, the goal being the exception to unconditionally cover digital and cross-border uses. The new provision has a much narrower scope than the InfoSoc one, but where the InfoSoc exception is optional, the CDSM one is declared to be mandatory. It is also intended to be not overridable by contract or by TPM, so its imperative nature would be doubly protected. To what extent, however, is that conceptually reflected in the provision itself? The exception might not be optional, but almost each one of its elements may be derogated partially or fully, in some cases subject to a suitable license, in others at the member state's full discretion. So national implementation may vary in terms of scope of works covered by the exception, in terms of types of use, volume of use, as well as, of course, fair compensation. And the most radical carve-out is the option for the exception to be overridden in its entirety by the mere existence of suitable licenses. We can see that the approach of the CDSM directive does not differ significantly from the InfoSoc approach, as it is sanctioned by the CJEU case law. So member states have a considerable leeway in how they implement Article 5, as long as they do not hinder the effective application of the exception, which will be probably assessed on a case-by-case basis. And then we have yet to see how member states are going to transpose the Article 5 exception in connection with the pre-existing one. And when the directive was adopted, I believe that the worst fear of all digital rights organizations was that the educational exception was going to be narrowed down as a result of Article 5. But I'm not sure that anyone really anticipated what seems to be the most common scenario of national implementations at the moment. For member states, in different stages of introduction of the new exception, to introduce it in parallel with the existing InfoSoc one. And many of these member states already have a rather broad technology-neutral pre-existing illustration for teaching exception. And I don't think that these proposals always contain collision norms concerning the applications, the application of both exceptions. And what is even worse, in my view, many countries are introducing, I don't know if there are many, in fact, but some countries are introducing derogations by license where they never had these derogations before. And the exclusion of educational materials and sheet music seems to be particularly popular, in my view, as a direct result of the fact that the French option was included not in the recitals, but in the text of Article 5 itself. So as a conclusion, it may be a bit early to tell, but it seems unlikely for the new mandatory exception under Article 5 to be a suitable tool for the purpose of achieving harmonization. The new exception is apparently in many cases treated not as a mandatory minimum, but as something completely different from the pre-existing InfoSoc illustration for teaching exception. It is not clear how these provisions will interact when it comes to interpretation and enforcement by the judiciary, and member states are implementing restrictions to the national educational exceptions that weren't there before. So in my view, we might be soon facing a massive legal uncertainty concerning free use for educational purposes. And I don't think that was the initial goal of the intention of the EU legislator. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Anna. And this was a perfect timing to, you really helped with the 7 minutes that we had. And now I'll hand over to Justin Youth, an assistant professor in intellectual property law at the UCD Dublin, and Justin will talk about some of the weakness of Article 5 of the new directive, and also a bit about the Irish experience with a digital teaching exception that has been implemented in 2019 in Ireland. Thank you. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Teresa, and also thank you, Anna, for setting the scene so expertly, because I can now save a lot of words and really focus on a number of critical points. And I'll start indeed with the Irish experience, because in Ireland, and I only came to Ireland a couple of months ago, actually, so it's also quite new to me, there was a teaching exception pre-existing since 2019, certainly drafted with the DSM directive in mind, but it also demonstrated as a first point how flexible the exception that we already had in Article 5 of the Infrastructure Directive actually was, because there was clearly the possibility to have an express exception for digital users, and this is what the Irish Parliament indeed implemented already in 2019. But certainly, as we go through some elements of the exception with a look ahead in what was about to come. So in 2019, in section 57C, the Irish CRA, the Copyright and Related Right Act, provided for the first time a digital teaching exception, and that was relatively slim in terms of its formulation, because it simply stated that certain institutions shall not be prevented from making reproductions or communicating works for the purposes of teaching. And that was it. Now, it was a very reliant language and gave indeed a lot of flexibility to apply this exception. However, there was already an override included, and an override that can certainly be traced back to the proposals back then on the table for the CDSM directive, which also stipulated that if there are suitable licenses available, the exception could be overwritten by a statutory license. There are two interesting things about this licensing carve-out that pre-existed the CDSM directive. Number one, it doesn't only apply to the digital teaching exception, but it was then applied to all teaching exceptions that were already present in the CRA. So it was kind of like a wide expansion of this unprecedented licensing carve-out for the teaching exception. And another important element was that these licenses that could override the general exceptions had to be confirmed, and they had to be confirmed by the responsible minister. So any license that is being offered as an override of the general teaching exception has to go through the ministry, and the minister has to sign it off. It has to sign the wording off. So we have a good element of control here, which might be considered as a role model, at least as an element of good practice here in Ireland. And I don't have any insights, to be quite honest, how the minister then considers whether this is a suitable license or not. But that also indicates that it's very important not only to stop an examination when it comes to the exception itself, as it is laid down in the law, but also to look very, very closely in how these licenses that are considered to be suitable under Article 5 of the CDSM directive will be designed. And there are certain elements, looking at the only available license in Ireland, that are worth considering. So the only license that has been certified by the ministry under what is section 173 of the CRA is one for literary text, visual or graphic representations by the Irish Licensing Association on 4th of August in 2020. This is when it was effectively signed quasi into law. And the good thing about this license is that it goes slightly beyond what is offered by the law, because the Irish copyright law provides for certain quantitative standards of what is permitted to be used and to be communicated under the educational license. And it says more or less 5% of a work or a book chapter, an article, and so on and so forth, and the license generously expands that to 10%. But of course, there is an element of remuneration included. That's the nature of a license, obviously. But there are also a number of excluded works. So right holders can opt out of this license. So not only would a teacher or a law librarian have to look into the exception itself or the license, but also in an annex document which includes all the excluded works that aren't covered by the license, but then also arguably not really by the exception. Though this is a question for a discussion. At least that's what I would argue. So the main message of my first point is we cannot only focus on the exception itself, but we really have to take care that the licenses are being drafted very carefully. Now, one other aspect of the Irish exception is there is no mentioning of a virtual learning environment as a spatial restriction of where the teaching exception for digital purposes should take place. But this is all included in the license. This is all then subject to private ordering, subject to confirmation or sanctioning by the ministry. And this is where a general oversight mechanism comes in. The CDSM directive doesn't say what is a suitable license. There are no standards included in the CDSM directive. So this is something national legislators should be very, very careful in formulating or determining in one or the other way. Is it a license that is merely available? Is it a license that has to be cheap, or is it a license that also provides for a convenient way of interacting in a digital way with teaching materials? This is a question I think is fundamentally open, and national legislators, but also then negotiations between right holders and users should have regard to this element of suitability. Yes, I see the 1 minute, I'm almost done, no worries. And the third point, which is something I stumbled upon quite recently, is how are these licenses, if they are indeed being implemented, are actually going to be enforced? Looking at my own library here at UCD, it states relatively bluntly that right holders will have access to our virtual learning environments to see whether there are works available that aren't covered by the license that is currently in place. And I, as a copyright lawyer, have fundamental problems with that, because eventually my fear is, which I had at the very beginning already, which has been watered down to a certain extent and now resurfaced, are we suddenly turning virtual learning environments in universities in online content sharing service providers? This is certainly something that I personally would heavily want to avoid. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Justin. That was really interesting to hear from the Irish experience. And as I said, so far only 2 countries, one was Germany and the other Czechia, have adopted or proposed to implement the new education exception subject to license availability, which is good, because honestly, I do think the system as it is, it's as you mentioned, not perfect and would create several problems. So I'll now hand over to Katarzyna Klafkowska. She's a professor at the Adam Mickiewicz University of Poznan, and I'm sure I've made some mistakes here. She will talk about the experience of the implementation in Poland of the, I'm not sure if it's just of the education exception or maybe also of the text and not the mining exception, because this is the panel also about research. So let's see. The floor is yours, Katarzyna. Thank you.
Thank you, Teresa. It will be I will cover only education, so teaching purpose rather than research, but we can get to this in the discussion. So I am very grateful to be invited to this workshop, and also I enjoyed my expert contribution to the works of Recreating Europe, and I'm very pleased to discuss the research and the education in this panel, as I think it poses a lot of interesting theoretical and practical questions, as already the previous speaker have noted. And they all come, according to me, to one central question: is how far do we want to go with the exceptions and limitations for education? In Poland, these exceptions, the exceptions, the so-called permitted use for education, is quite well established, because we've had it in all our copyright acts starting in the 20s of the 20th century. So I find it pretty firmly established in society, in the knowledge of students, in the knowledge of teachers. And I think the society in general is quite used to the flexibility. Perhaps this is a kind of a knowledge gap a bit, but the general idea is that it is a flexible use for, at least for educational institutions. And here I give a short overview of the uses linked to education, from general ones like private use or quotation to more particular ones like performing works at school or academic celebrations. But I would like to focus more on one particular provision of our Copyright Act, because it is most closely linked to the provisions of both directives that Anna Lazarova already explained and explained in details. So this provision has been introduced in the 90s and has been amended 3 times. And it was also amended to adjust it a bit more to the requirements of EU law. So this is from EU law that we get the phrase, the purpose of illustrating the content for in the process of conveying knowledge. And we also have already existing particular digital use. So what is included in our statute is the clarification that the use covers also making available on demand, but in the controlled environment. So a little bit in line with what is provided now in the directive. And coming back to the questions, how far do we want to go with the exceptions for education, both in EU law and in Poland? I find the following limitations stemming from the EU law, from both the InfoSoc directive, you can see that above, and from the CDSM directive, in case of the digital use of works. So we incorporate this in our Copyright Act, especially the sole purpose of illustration for teaching, indication of the source is the general clause, and for all exceptions and limitations provided in our Copyright Act. And I think that the CDSM directive strengthens the approach that is focused on educational establishments. And we already have this in our law, but I find it now reinforced with the new CDSM directive. Coming to the conclusion, in the provisions of the directive, I find some promising and some not so promising concepts linked to the use for educational purpose. So the not so promising concept is the concept of the illustration for teaching. So in EU law, we stick to considering teaching activities as aligned with a kind of passive illustration for teaching. So this passive approach to conveying knowledge from teacher to student. So I find some hope in the preamble of the CDSM directive, because in light of the preamble, it may be not so much static as it is. So perhaps we will be able to witness a more dynamic approach to teaching activities, despite this illustration for teaching purpose that is repeated constantly in EU law, and that I personally find redundant. However, I cannot explain it in more details. That's why I refer all those who are interested to my paper, where I discuss why I find it redundant. The more promising concept is that of responsibility of an educational establishment. I like this concept better than the technical control that is also included in Article 5. However, I know we have that express condition that it needs to be a controlled environment. But perhaps in some border cases in the future, we will make use of this concept of the responsibility of educational establishment. And I like the concept. Actually, I think the EU law is the right place to address the country of origin and cross-border uses. So this is a welcome provision in EU law. And that would be it. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Can you stop? Okay, thank you so much, Caterina. That was very interesting to hear, and I know very well that Poland was already prepared, and there's a very good exception, and hopefully is one of those countries that will just refrain from doing anything else. So, well, now and over to Ivana Kunda. She's a Vice Dean for Research and Chair Professor in International and European Private Law at University of Rijeka. And she will make a brief comparison of the state of exceptions in Croatia before the implementation and now in the proposed legislation. Croatia that, as far as education was concerned, was not ready for the digital environment, and now let's see what they are doing. So the floor is yours, Ivana.
Thank you very much, Teresa, for the introduction, and thank you all speakers that preceded me, which laid a very good ground for me to just go into the very essence of the problem without the need to discuss any context thereof. So the copyright exceptions which were existing or which exist right now in Croatian copyright law have been for many, many decades or even longer in less elaborate way present in Croatian copyright law. But usually the way they are applied now dates back to the amendments in 2003. And at that time, we had a couple of provisions which could be related or which were directly mentioning the teaching purposes. That was Article 85 on collection intended for teaching and research, which meant that it is possible to make a selected collection for the purpose of teaching of different copyright works and to reproduce it on paper or similar medium and distribute among students. So the similar medium was something that necessitated some sort of interpretation once we faced the situation of lockdown in the recent crisis, and there was a need to make some things available to students more readily than before. And interpretation actually in practice was very narrow, which meant that it excluded the possibility to make these collections of different copyright works and distributed in electronic form. It seemed perhaps at a certain moment a bit technically neutral, but the practical application of this provision showed it was not apt for electronic environment, digital environment. The idea was that similar medium, if we say that electronic medium is similar medium to paper, then what's left to be dissimilar medium? That was the logic. Okay, so everybody is looking forward to the new changes. But before that, let me just briefly say that the previous act also had Article 88 about the use of works for teaching, which permitted to publicly perform a work or to present it at a stage in a form of direct teaching at school events or similar. We also had Article 90 on quotation, which relates both to teaching and research for the purpose, but the source should have been, of course, indicated. And we also had Article 84 about the limitations to the benefit of particular institutions, which could copy a last piece of work for preservation purposes, which could also be done by universities as well. So the interesting things come now that the new act is in the procedure, in the legislative procedure. The most recent text that I've seen dates back, unfortunately, to November 2020, when the government adopted the draft act, the text of the draft act, which then went to the e-counseling, and after that was heard in the parliament once, and that it was a very, very difficult discussion there. So it's been I think that was in February, and since then it's been under reconstruction before it appears again before the parliament, because there were a lot of different topics came to be controversial. As far as implementation of the new copyright directive is concerned, especially Article 5 finds its place in the draft Copyright Act in Article 194, which sticks closely to the text of the directive, and includes basically transposes very directly paragraph 1, and it also does not allow any licensing. The idea is that it has to be it has to fulfill the requirements, and it is an exception, and it's not subject to any possibilities of licensing. It includes digital and internet classes, distance learning, cross-border classes, and any educational levels as here, but it also includes lifelong learning, and which is also specifically indicated in the article. It says also that transposing the directive, that any provision to be otherwise is null and void. In a contractual clause would be null and void, and it says specifically that use of this limitation cannot replace the purchase of the material primarily intended for the educational market, which is I suppose something that that could cause some sort of the need to interpret further on, but I suppose that it is still a relatively narrow exception, as was pointed out by Professor Klafkowska-Waśniowska, because it is basically intended to have the purpose of providing an example, an illustration in the course of teaching. Croatia will also retain in the new act the other provisions that were existing before. They will be supplemented by some of the elements which now we find here, okay, and some sort of clarifications, let's say. So, for example, the Article 88, previous Article 88, now Article 193, will provide that there needs to be an attribution of the source and author, and that non-commercial means irrespective of the organizational structure and financing and so on. So we see that we are aligning our previous rules to the European level. And in the end, I have to say, to close this, that we are also retaining the numerous clauses rule on the exceptions and limitations. So the Croatian copyright law is based on these exceptions to the, only if they are explicitly provided in law. So the very little flexibility, as was pointed out previously in the keyword in the keynote presentation. So we see that this inflexibility is quite retained in Croatian. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Ivana. That was very interesting to hear from my experience of a country that is really trying to improve the existing system, and now, without further delay, we have been given until 10 to 12, so 3 more minutes. So I would immediately, there's one question from the audience, and I will immediately pass to that question. This question, I understand, is for Bernd, Justin. It's from Emily Hudson, and it relates to the Irish higher education license. So the question is if the collective can or claims it can access VLEs to check what has been uploaded. And I'm sorry, I don't know what VLEs are.
I can quickly comment on it. So VLE is what we also find in the DSM, the virtual learning environment. And I completely raised the point, and I gave Emily already in the chat a couple of pointers there. That at least on my, and I clarified, on my university website, and it's not, and we've surveyed in another project a number of other Irish and English university websites. It states that a publisher can request access to a virtual learning environment to check whether infringing content or content that goes beyond the license is available. And the thing is, it's not stated in the act itself, it isn't stated in the license. The license merely states that the education establishment has to ensure that appropriate measures, including technological protection measures, are in place that prevents the use and dissemination of unlawful material. But it seems that there is kind of like a backroom deal with publishers, and I still haven't been able to clarify where that comes from. But it's also about messaging, and I see in 52 seconds we're dead. It seems to be a bit odd that the messaging that lecturers get from their own university that might be agreed upon with publishers is relatively strict, and I could even say almost threatening that I'm being monitored by publisher through my VLE. That was the point I was trying to make.
Yeah, thank you. And I mean, I think that question is super important. And one of the biggest problems of licenses is this power that it can give to access information. And actually, this is just anecdotal evidence, but we have heard of platforms blocking permitted uses under educational exceptions in, Google Classrooms and platforms that serve for educational purposes. So there's a lot to discuss between the interaction of licenses and exceptions. And that's it. Thank you so much.
Thank you for inviting me here. Thank you, Giulia, for the introduction. I'm Eetu Huhta, early stage researcher and doctoral candidate, and I'm going to talk about extended collective licensing schemes in Finland. So just a short overview of my presentation today. I'm going to provide some background information to extended collective licenses. Then I'm going to talk about practical implications of ECLs, how they function in practice, and then I'll provide some short reflections on current issues. So the Nordic countries have very long history of cooperating in the legislative area, even prior to European Union cooperation. And our Copyright Act is actually a result of Nordic cooperation. It's from 1961, but has been amended many times after that. And also as a legislative background, there's a recital in InfoSoc directive that states that this directive is without prejudice to the arrangements in the member states concerning the management of rights, such as extended collective licenses. So basically, in terms of InfoSoc directive, extended collective licenses would be a management of rights issue. not limitation or exception as such. But I'm going to address that a little bit further during my presentation. So how does this work? What's all the fuss? An ECL is basically a license that may be invoked by users who have an agreement with collective management organization or copyright management organization that represents a substantial amount of rights holders of certain types of works. So once the user has an agreement with the CMO, the user is able to use works also other than those that are represented by the CMO. So basically, the agreement between these two parties also has an impact on third parties' rights. In this case, those right holders that are unrepresented by the CMO. The idea is to provide legal certainty for the users, so they need not fear of individual claims for compensation from rights holders once the agreement is in place. And rights holders, their interest is also taken into account by the CMO, because right holders may turn directly to CMO for an equitable remuneration. ECLs have some characteristics of compulsory licensing. It works in a way that these unrepresented right holders are by default not consulted. Their consent is not sought prior to the use of copyright protected content normally. But in some cases they may well opt out from licensing, and there's a use in archives and museums exempted in 16D of the Finnish Copyright Act, and there are several other provisions where the right holder may opt out from licensing. I have short time to talk today, so I won't be able to go through all the uses, but I wanted to provide, because the Finnish Copyright Act contains many cross-references to extended collective licensing. I wanted to provide just an overview of the legislation, what types of users are covered by the ECLs, and mainly broadcasting is a huge thing within ECLs, and then uses for educational purposes. In the prevalent interpretation in national legislation after the InfoSoc directive has been that ECLs are merely an arrangement to manage copyright. But if we look ECLs in light of international law, I think we have to consider them as limitations, because we are limiting the rights holders' right to license individually, or sometimes also to prohibit the use of protected content. So in that sense, we would also have to comply with the three-step test. Also, I would like to point out, just as a comparison, that unlike our Nordic neighbors, Denmark and Sweden, Finland does not have a general ECL provision which covers other forms of use. So in Sweden and Denmark, there is a special provision in their copyright acts that can be invoked by the user as a general support. So CMOs and users may agree upon other terms where ECLs can be used, and then the legislation provides for the legal basis that the legal system will support this agreement. But Finland doesn't have that kind of provision. And I would love to talk about extended collective licensing schemes and the CDSM directive, but Finland is still in progress of implementing it. So I'm afraid that will be a presentation another time. That was all from me for today, and you may contact me through Twitter or LinkedIn or my email.
Thank you so much, Etu, also for staying within your time. And I think I'm collecting questions, but I really would enjoy to have the discussion all together after the 3 presentations. So I'll definitely ask Rita to take over and share the screen if you have any slides.
Yes, thank you, Giulia. I'll try to share the screen now.
Yeah, perfect. We can see it.
Let's see if it works. Okay. Well, thank you very much for inviting me to this interesting event. I was really curious to learn more about the Recreating project. And so as far as I understand, I have just 7 minutes allocated. That's why my intervention will be quite short. So what I want to do with those 7 minutes is maybe just to ask one question. Well, I will focus only on extend collective licensing for art of commerce works. And I'll ask a question from the perspective of Lithuania, where I come from. While I'm at the moment in Australia and work in Australia, I still kind of try to see things from Lithuanian perspective. And I ask, so is it implementing extend collective licensing for art of commerce works? Is it really worth the effort? So thank you for giving us introduction of what extend collective licensing is. So I suppose everyone certainly knows what it is about. And we probably also, many of us know that recently adopted Digital Single Market Directive requires member states now to introduce extended collective licensing for art of commerce works. Sorry about formatting of my slides. Something happened when sharing it. It was not in that bad format. Yes, and so Lithuania is currently discussing the amendment to Copyright and Related Rights Act, which will introduce this extended collecting license for art of commerce works. So I wanted to ask 2 questions in this my brief intervention. So first of all, where did Lithuanian stakeholders ask for this particular licensing scheme to be introduced with relation to this art of commerce works? So to say, did they want it in the first place? And the second question is, will Lithuanian stakeholders benefit from it? And these my questions actually originate from my previous research. When I was in a few papers, I was trying to look at like what impact European copyright legislation actually has as opposed to have in smaller Central Eastern European countries like Lithuania. And in these my previous papers, I found that in many cases the provisions suggested and adopted at European Union level do not really reflect the actual problems in such markets as Lithuania, and they stem normally from Western countries. And that's why when they're implementing the law, they often stay as black letter rules and do not really necessarily have the effect that they were intended for. So that's why I wanted to look now what effect this extend collective license for art of commerce works, these provisions might have in Lithuania. I should say that I haven't done recently much like detailed research on this topic. So this intervention is based like from my research a few years ago when I talked to stakeholders, and recently I also had a few conversations with stakeholders. So this intervention just merely raises questions rather than gives very clear answers. But well, let's see what sort of findings I made from like in my previous research and what observations I can make now. So did Lithuanian stakeholders ask for it? And so when I looked at European Commission public consultation 2014, there were like 503 submissions made. And interestingly, I saw that not a single Lithuanian organization contributed to this consultation. So essentially, there was, for a number of different reasons, which I probably won't now discuss, the Lithuanian stakeholders did not participate in that discussion. whether such a licensing scheme is needed. On the other hand, of course, we can't say that they didn't face a problem. Mass digitization in libraries is happening, and they are facing problems on how to clear the rights. So, for instance, eClassica project, which is one of the bigger projects that National Library of Lithuania was running, was meant to digitize 600 works, and they approached initially collecting society to get a license. They didn't get it, and they had to approach each individual right holder to get, license to digitize their works if they were not orphan works, or if they were, if they were still protecting the copyright. And of course, you would say we need some, legal mechanism maybe to facilitate that. So so we can say yes, there was a problem. The question is, whether this particular solution is really the most suitable one, in Lithuania. So now the next question is, will Lithuanian stakeholders benefit from extended collecting licensing regime applied for out-of-commerce works? Like when so I didn't introduce at the beginning, but it's essentially concerns works, out-of-commerce works that are being digitized in libraries. And so here, when I talk to some of the, for instance, people in libraries, they, and also my previous research, I made a general conclusion that, well, it looks like quite a good and timely solution. It allows libraries possibly to, it makes it easier for them to license works, and also it is supposed to remunerate right holders. But now I would like to ask this another question here. So, how much it will cost actually to establish and run extended collecting licensing scheme in Lithuania, and whether these costs will really, are worthy, keeping in mind how much digitization do we have in such a relatively small market. So let's think about the costs that will be involved in establishing such a scheme in the first place and running it. So first of all, government has to set the rules on how out-of-commerce status is determined. Right holders have to develop catalogs and databases of in-commerce works. Libraries have to run through the process and establish, first of all, a process and run the process of establishing where particular each and every probably work is out of commerce. Then they have to register those works in national database and EU-level database. Secondly, then libraries, after establishing that particular works are out of commerce, they have to negotiate extended collective licensing with collecting societies. So this negotiation process might lead to some conflicts, and it might be redirected to alternative dispute resolution mechanism. And collecting societies then, after, let's say, agreement is settled, they have to set the entire process, how they are going to announce this extended collecting licensing scheme and inform our right holders that are not their members. Then we have to have processes of how right holders can leave the scheme. So actually both collecting societies would have to establish that process. Right holders have to follow the news on whether their works are included into the scheme. They have to then ask to be excluded if they don't want, and libraries and have to act accordingly. They have to remove authors from from this list of to be digitized works, or they have to renegotiate individual licenses. And finally, there is also an entire process how right holders can revoke out of commerce status, let's say if publisher decides to republish the work. So so keeping in mind all this essentially cost, which means like time and human resources that I required to establish the extended collecting licensing for out of commerce works, we are asked, so will actually the cost that libraries are currently experiencing when digitizing works will be decreased. We have to keep in mind that, let's say, Lithuania and other small markets are quite different from, let's say, Western markets, because of, like, just one difference is because of their size. So the digitization projects are much smaller. So I haven't really collected the statistics, but actually when I talked to libraries, they asked me, one of the first questions was, so who will actually establish the demand for, the digitization for this art of commerce work? It was a signal that, maybe, we are having some digitization, but it's not thousands and thousands of works every year. Maybe it's a few hundred of works being digitized every year, and out of them, who knows how many will be out of commerce. So, what will be cheaper? Is it asking individual licenses for those, I don't know, let's say even several hundreds of works every year according to already established procedure? Or will it be cheaper to establish this extended license scheme and then trying to reduce those, caused by licensing through this scheme? Also, additional question, to which extent this collective licensing scheme will benefit right holders and especially, authors and creators? Because now libraries are licensing works directly from right holders and paying them remuneration directly. And now, if through this extended collective licensing, a part of revenue will go to collecting societies, and who knows how much right holders would get. So I just wanted to raise this issue, and I think it's when we're talking about, when I remember Professor Dusollier discussion presentation, I'm thinking about this flexibility, to transpose that exception in different countries differently, and I'm wondering, whether, the requirement for all member states, despite of their size and market size and the complexity of their market situation, requirement for all of them to have that extended licensing regime. I don't know if that's really, there's sufficient flexibility at the EU level to take into account, different market situations, different jurisdictions.
Thank you, Rita. I was about to remind you it was still within the time of the 7 minutes. And now, last but not least, I ask Matej to share with us also his short contribution in screen, if you
Hello, everyone.
need.
Let me just give a second. Yep, should be working like this. Okay, so hopefully everybody can see me, everybody can hear me. Okay, I'll be working as part of the presentation. Thanks for having me, Giulia, and thanks for the whole Recreate team for the amazing work you are doing on the project. So I would like to also quickly share with you, let's say, a brief national case study on how the ECL is being implemented in the Czech Republic. Firstly, I would like to, however, talk a bit briefly on the issue of ECL in Czech Republic, then show you what is actually happening with the Digital Single Market Directive implementation, how the ECL is actually working right now, because Czech Republic was one of the countries that actually took advantage and already introduced this ECL before the actual DSM directive, and what is being proposed in the transposition. As regards as to the ECL in Czech Republic, interestingly, the Czech Republic has, I would say, quite a long tradition, almost 20 years of the ECL. Interestingly enough, it was not explicitly regulated in the law as such, but what was regulated was the actual effect of the cumulative agreements, as they are called, the cumulative agreements that have this extended effect. These are basically working on the operation. They're operating on the basis of a legal presumption of representation, as was already stated. Therefore, the respective CMOs are actually licensing their whole repertoire, and thus also concluding the agreements also for the non-represented authors. In 2017, with one update of the Czech Copyright Act, the ECL was explicitly regulated and explicitly also defined in the law copyrighted as such. Of course, opt-outs are still possible, even though there are non-opt-outable uses of works. This concerns mainly broadcasting, playing TVs and radios in restaurants and bars, etc. Also, then this might be interesting for the rest of the audience, we had also a specific regulation that was directly related to COVID pandemic. There was actually an amendment of the Czech Copyright Act that was not that systematic, I would say, that introduced the possibility of making available of the works, or communication to the public of the works and the reproduction thereof by the public libraries if the libraries were closed for 2 months. However, of course, this possibility was there also before, so this was kind of like, I would say, a bit of a nonsensical amendment, but nevertheless, it's there. As regards to the state of the implementation of the DSM directive in the Czech Republic, now we are in the phase where just in a few days, the Governmental Legislative Council will deliberate on the proposal. This proposal has been discussed with stakeholders. However, there were no actual texts available. The first Czech transposition draft was released in the winter of 2020. There was a short period of consultation where the respective agencies might intervene, various ministries, etc. And now we are actually waiting for the Governmental Legislative Council to give their opinion thereon, and then the standard legislative procedure starts. Of course, and I can say that we will not be the only country that will miss the. Obviously, we'll miss the implementation deadline. The questions actually is that we have general elections in October. So actually the future of the implementation remains unknown. But given the fact that the preferences in Czech Republic is that the Pirate Party actually may become the reigning party, it will be definitely interesting to see what is going to happen. About the Delegata, that means what we have right now as regards to out-of-commerce works. As I already said, the Czech legislator took the opportunity and introduced the possibility of license via ECL, the out-of-commerce works, however, only literal works and the included visual works. It is being operated by the Czech National Library. When I was looking at the numbers, they claim that there are more than 150 works included. The serials, that means the news, etc., are included up until 2010, and the books are included. This date was recently expanded up until 2007. Here again, of course, as was already discussed by Rita, there are various and very briefly mentioned, and also, sorry, not briefly, but very detailedly, described the possibilities how the works get on this list, how they can be taken down. So it seems like the information is there, it's being provided. There is also an agreement between the DILIA, which is the CMO for later works, that is getting the money from state budget, and this is then being redistributed to the respective authors. What is now being suggested? So firstly, with the legal definition of out-of-commerce work, that is basically literally translation of the respective directive article. Therefore, the work that is not available through customary channels in good faith. What we have, however, introduced is there are basically two ECL operating next to each other. The old one, the already existing system that has been supplemented by the new system, both of these will be licensed under ECL. Both of these have to be, the information must be shared both on the web page as well as on the EUIPO portal. We have also introduced naturally the backup license. However, that is to be zeroed out if the ECL is available. It includes all of the subject matter. However, what is interesting, we have a specific mechanism of how the licensing agreements under the ECL regime will be actually concluded. And there it is stated, and I hope I read it correctly. If I didn't see that the performances will not, by the performing artist, will not fall under this system of ECL. Therefore, if the work would, or if it would be, for example, a recording that will also include the performance, then this must be then sorted out separately. So this is like a brief overview of what is actually coming to Czech Republic. If it's coming to Czech Republic, we will see. What I like the most is, of course, that the Czech National Legislature introduced the need that also stems from the directive that this system of ECL should be explained to the users and that the collective management societies shall be able to explain it, how it works on their web pages. I'm really looking forward to it because, as you know, this one of the most complicated topics ever, especially those of you who are trying to teach students the copyright law and the basics of copyright law, try to explain to them how this actually works in practice. It is really complicated. So I'm really looking forward to how this will all play out. And thanks for your attention. And if you have any questions, of course, I'm here.
Thank you very much, Matej. I indeed appreciate a lot, especially we as panel and you as speakers, for having to deal within 5 to 7 minutes with probably one of the most complicated and tricky topic. Matej and I were talking and complaining about how complex it is even for us. So definitely I join you in stressing how hard it will be also to reach a fair level of accessibility of the information and transparency from an end user perspective of how the system works, even in those countries which will implement Article 8. I'm from a member state that so far has expressed its intention not to implement Article 8. So we'll see actually how it goes. And I saw already 2 questions in the chat that I will have. We have 5 minutes, so I will have to squeeze in, and I apologize if I will refer in a very short and manner. But I saw Vladimir writing about actually on a overlapping panel question. So referring to the digital copies of books in libraries and envisioning probably the possibility of having a broader scope of what a user can do once he or she enters a library, and the library, which I think Vladimir referred to as a library cooperative, so envisioning a public and private role in it, then having the possibility of having digital copies of full books, what I think I understood, for private uses, whether actually licensing and the role of libraries in ensuring fair remuneration could be something probably favorable and good for our future in EU digital copyright. And then I saw Victor expressing a favorable approach towards ECLs, vis-a-vis user-generated content. So we are fully in the online zone. And again, proposing that platforms could actually rely more on collecting societies to seek licenses in order to have probably a smoother flow of information and content online. I would ask the three of you to briefly comment on these two insights, and then if we have time, I would have one further question from my side to you all. I think you can also read the longer version of the comments, I would say, more than questions in the chat. If any one of you has something to respond.
Well, maybe I can make a few comments, since it was not really a question, rather a comment. So maybe I'll just add a few comments. And yeah, I could of course not agree that, you know, I should agree that making sure that libraries provide digital content to users is certainly very important. And I think we have to think of two types of content. One type of content is that ebooks that libraries buy, and then you can get access to them online. Another type of content is that the libraries digitize the printed books that they have and then provide this content, you know, and make available online to users. And I think it's the COVID situation and all lockdowns kind of demonstrated, you know, probably made it more, created more need for such sort of digital content and access to digital content, not only in library, but from home. And so I think that when I'm just quickly now thinking, I think we have like legal regime for both of these types of uses. So, you know, e-lending, we have e-lending rules that suggest that whenever ebooks are being lended by libraries, authors are supposed to be remunerated. And we also have when libraries want to digitize books and make them available, that's exactly extended collective licensing, and also orphan works directive that would apply in this situation. And essentially libraries have to get permission from right holders and pay remuneration to right holders for such uses. Is of course, yeah, the question is still to be seen, you know, how these provisions will be implemented and how effective they will be at national level. But I think we are, you know, having some work done already in that regard, and hopefully libraries soon it will be easier for them to make more digital works available to audiences.
Thanks, Rita. Matej, I see you unmuted yourself.
No, I just collect like 40 seconds to react as regards to Victor. This is really an interesting question, remark, comment. But in my opinion, this clashes with the Article 17 subparagraph or paragraph 2, where the acts of the user should be covered by the license that the right holder, that a platform has obtained. Yeah, that's about it. What I can do in the 10 seconds for that is close.
Don't worry. I start thanking you all for your contribution. Thank you, Tanya.
Great, perfect. So now it is time to leave the floor to a colleague and team member at Recreating Europe, who in our work package 2 dedicated to end users and access to culture is coordinating the study on copyright flexibilities in private legal sources, and more specifically in end user license agreements. Peter Meze is Associate Professor and Associate Dean for International Affairs at the University of Szeged, and he's also Adjunct Professor at the University of Turku and Visiting Professor at the Universities of Toledo, Lyon, and Bocconi. He's an author, editor, and blogger, and host of the WIPS conference, taking place on an annual basis in Szeged, and serving as a splendid occasion for reunion for us all every time. His contribution to the copyright scholarship and debate are generous and extremely insightful. We look forward now to listening to the preliminary results of his study on copyright flexibilities and private ordering mechanism. Peter, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Kate. I think you have told much more about me than people really need to know about me, but it's my pleasure to be here. And what really matters at this point is that I'm a very happy member of VP2 of the Horizon 2020 project. And let's start my screen sharing. And now that you can see that I can also start with a disclaimer here. Whatever you are hearing today is, of course, not only about me. This is a project that I co-authored with Istvan Harkai. Those who have been in the panel on parodies, they have already met Istvan. But I was asked to talk about it. Istvan had another task to do for today. This project, as Kate has already mentioned, is focusing on copyright flexibilities and end-user license agreements. The final paper we are going to finish in a couple of weeks will have a slightly different title. There we will also highlight an expression which is very much relevant for the VP2 in this sense. We are looking for the private ordering mechanisms and copyright flexibilities. This is partially because VP2 has various sub-projects, and Kate and Giulia are doing a very excellent summary of the public norms. They compare those aspects of flexibilities. Originally, when the whole VP2 started, we decided therefore to focus on the private aspects of flexibilities. So let me summarize you what we have found so far, and I will give you a short introduction to our research findings as well as our future plans with respect to this question. To start with a few foundational notes here, we are of course on the platform that we need a fair balance between the various interests of right holders, intermediaries, and end users. And we also believe that it's a crucial thing to focus on public and private ordering mechanisms if it's about flexibilities in the copyright law as well. As I mentioned, our task in VP2 is to focus on the private ordering mechanisms. We have spotted the limited literature on the analysis of the interplay between end-user flexibilities and private ordering mechanisms. So therefore, we believe we have something extra to speak about this question. As I will also indicate it in a separate slide, we decided to run a comparative legal as well as an empirical research. A combination of these two approaches seem to be necessary to understand it perfectly, what end-user licenses allow for end users and what is not allowed under these documents. At the same time, we did not only want to understand what is the state of the art with respect to end-user flexibilities, we also had the view in front of us, this Article 17 of the CDSM directive will have significant obligations for OCSSPs with respect to some flexibilities of end users. So at this point, I already indicate that we will certainly have a second phase research as well, where we are going to focus directly on how Article 17, paragraph 7 to 9 were implemented and applied in the member states, but especially the platforms, selected platforms of our research. Before starting with our findings, let's speak very shortly about what we believe to be end-user flexibilities. I must highlight, we are certainly not conceptualizing this question 100% perfectly. We have our own view and we had our own project goals. So therefore, we were focusing on flexibilities. Let's start with that first, as covering both, so not both, limitations and exceptions, classic copyright limitations and exceptions, but other flexibilities as well. Some of these are internal to copyright, like duration. Some of these are external to copyright, which are mainly those which are subject to contractual freedom or which are necessitated by the business models of the selected platforms. Plus, we also gave quite a lot of relevance for procedural safeguards questions here. As you will see later on, we focus not only on the notice and takedown issues, but the complaint and redress mechanisms as well as formalities related to the contract amendments and termination. With respect to end users, we decided to follow a summary written by Pascal Chapdelaine a couple of years ago. She had a very interesting pyramid scheme with respect to users, where she argued that there are at least 3 layers of users. The first layer on the top of the pyramid are those who have full control over the copies of protected subject matters. They are mainly relevant users with respect to the tangible offline world. Then in the second layer, Chapdelaine highlighted users who have access to streaming services. And finally, layer 3 were the users of social media. This pyramid scheme will have a relevance for our end results as well. I will also highlight how we believe that empirically this pyramid scheme is not absolutely convincing. About our methodology, very shortly yet, we indicated earlier, selected a comparative legal research methodology. We base our arguments and the methodology on Van Hoekke's toolbox theory, but we ultimately decided to focus only on mainly on meso-level analysis on the private ordering mechanisms of selected platforms. And we, of course, had a look at the macro-level public regulations, especially with respect to the Infosec directive and the upcoming CDSM provisions. Nevertheless, the key element of our research was the empirical activity on our side. We made a systematic and qualitative analysis of selected platforms based on selected originally 15 and ultimately 8 variables. I will mention why we did that on the very next slide. We categorized platforms, at least we used the underlying work of Maurizio Borghi and his co-authors on the categorization of various platforms. And we also had to make limitations with respect to the scope of available or analyzed platforms. We, of course, excluded pirate platforms. We had to ultimately exclude niche services because we ultimately found that doesn't guarantee full comparability if we compare Amazon with niche services. We also excluded premium models for one very important decision. Although some of the selected platforms provide free, others provide paid services, but premium models are not only always paid services, but they provide for much broader types of activities where nevertheless the allowed activities are granted under the original license between the platform and the content providers. And if we would include premium models, we believe, at least we argue in our paper, we wouldn't have a real comparable outcome with respect to the various platforms. We, of course, focused on those platforms which are available in the European Union because jurisdictional matters matter. We focus on those platforms that have English language and user license agreements. Indeed, we also had to break a little bit some territorial limitations of these platforms in order to access their English language and user license agreements at all, because generally they provide only geographical language variants to people. So we had to use VPN to access English language and user license agreements. And I also highlighted here that many of the platforms are OCSSPs under the CDSM directive, or at least we believe they are, but not all of them. Nevertheless, we believe that such a combination of platforms is still acceptable for our research purposes. The selected and ultimately analyzed variables of our research are indicated on the screen. A quick word about the fact that we used to have more. We used to have a collection of data with respect to flexibilities for public purposes like citation, quotation, parody purposes, educational purposes, etc., with the hypothesis that we certainly won't find relevant data on all platforms. Nevertheless, we found almost nothing in the end user license agreements with respect to publicly relevant flexibilities. So we sadly had to skip these questions from our ultimate research, but we have the data on these questions as well. Nevertheless, what remain are indicated on the screen. We focus on issues like the extent of access rights to end users and the restricted uses with respect to end users. We focused on how end user license agreements allow for the use of UGC through the platform. And we also analyzed what end users have to grant to the platforms or other users over the UGC. We focused on various technological restrictions on access posed by the platforms. We also focused on secondary dissemination questions ranging from family sharing to redistribution. Some end user license agreements use expressions like these, or resale expressions like these. We also focus on the modification of terms and conditions as well as termination of the agreements, and finally procedural safeguards. We dissected the selected platforms in 4 main categories. Streaming with hosting, streaming services with hosting function was the first group. streaming without hosting service was the second group. Of course, as you see, both of these groups are providing on-demand services for end users, but the leading difference between them is that Group A offers a broad UGC function, while the other one seriously limits the possibility of end users to share UGC on their platforms. It doesn't mean they fully exclude that, like Disney Plus has its own ability or possibility for end users to share some kind of user-generated contents, but they are much more different from those UGC that people might upload to Twitter or Bandcamp. The third group of platforms included online marketplaces, and the fourth group included social media platforms. Of course, my time is very much limited, so today I am unable to dig into the deep details of our findings. I am much more willing to show you a few key outcomes of our research. And with respect to that, we have named three main effects we have noticed or spotted through our research. Some of these seem to be self-evident. Nevertheless, we believe that all these statements, evidence through empiria, is quite useful for both research and policy purposes as well. The first finding on our side is named as UGC effect. We have found that platforms, of course, to a varying degree, but use quite broad internal technological limitations with respect to the use of UGC. We also found that the platforms have a quite distinct and diverging policy with respect to procedural safeguards, including notice and takedown, and complaint and redress mechanism. Indeed, with respect to the second, end user license agreements are generally silent. So we believe, and that's a hypothesis for our second phase research, we believe there is quite a lot to do for platforms in order to comply with Article 17, paragraph 9. We found a very interesting asymmetry with respect to amendments and terminations of the existing contracts, or put it this way, contracts are not per se as-is contracts, but amendments and terminations are similarly as-is terminations and amendments. End users are very in a disproportionate position with respect to the changes of the end user license agreements. We also found something which has already been evidenced in greater details in academia, but we also wanted to double check that question with respect to terminology as well as the scope of possible sales of digital contents. At least those people who are here with us and have done something on digital exhaustion must have met quite broad literature on this question. We believe that our findings, empirical findings with respect to these questions, are nevertheless useful to enrich this territory. And something very special, I mentioned Chapdelain's hierarchy of end user experience. We believe that her original triangle or hierarchy is not fully correct, in the sense that forget about full control users from the offline age. We still believe they are on the top of the pyramid, but we believe end users of social media have more flexibility than those users who are using streaming services. We believe that our empirical findings evidence that. So for those people who are interested in this question, shall of course read our ultimate findings in the paper too. Next point, we call it regulatory lock-in effect. Of course, this seems to be naive but relevant information here. Certain activities are covered by or excluded from the scope of end user flexibilities, especially based under the public norms or based on the mere fact that protected subject matters are the use of protected subject matters by the platforms is certainly subject to licensing agreements. But we also spotted during the course of our research that case law is in motion. There are great developments in this field, especially with respect to hyperlinking, embedding, as well as American case law with respect to fair use and server test issues. So put it very simply, we believe that the regulatory lock-in effect not necessarily through the statutory language, but through the case law development, might be bended, as Professor Dusollier has mentioned that in the keynote speech as well. Finally, we also spotted an important silence on the freedom of expression related limitations and exceptions on the platform side. So we believe there must be some space and obligation on the platform side to amend their end user license agreements in compliance with paragraphs 7 and 9 of the Article 7. Finally, business flexibility effect is the third finding on our side. We do not only believe and find that contracts are as is contracts, so no real chance for end users to amend their content. But we also found that the presence of UGC generates a greater end user flexibilities on the one hand, and asymmetric licensing practices on the other hand. The more platforms require end users to grant more rights for the platform than rights are granted to users by the platform. Indeed, something extra, we have found and we have argued in our paper that fully or mainly non-UGC oriented services offer other type of flexibilities than those that might stem from the copyright flexibilities ecosystem. They provide for business-like flexibilities ranging from family sharing to the use of multiple devices or offline uses. And these kind of business flexibility requirements are not only generated, but practically further contribute to the development of a fierce vertical and horizontal competition on the platform's side. And to conclude with our final opinion with respect to the flexibility of the selected platforms is indicated on the screen. We believe that social media platforms indicated with red are the most flexible, or so say it properly, they provide for the most flexible user and user experience. And those platforms that offer streaming without hosting services, especially Netflix at the very end of the line, provide for the least flexible environment for end users, at least according to our findings. I should stop here. I hope I didn't misuse my time extremely. And you can see this is the members of our team, and I only have a few links for you. You can not only contact us through these emails, but you can contact Recreating Europe on various platforms. We are eager to hear your point on our research. And of course, thank you very much for listening to our findings here.
Thank you so much, Peter. It feels amazing to take stock of what we've done so far since we are in Recreating Europe and in WP2 working now for more than 1 year. It feels really like not only a milestone, but the best gathering we could have, and sharing our preliminary results definitely gives us good energy to keep up with our research efforts. So I have the honor to actually introduce the moderator of the very final session of the day. Before doing that, and allow me if I'm repetitive, I want to encourage everyone. This is the good time to write down on the chat box all the questions and all the comments you might have right now in your head since the very beginning of the event, from our keynote speech by Professor Séverine Dusollier, from the panel discussion we had, even though they were quick ones, but hopefully they provided you with good insights, from the presentation of Peter, and from actually what we are going to hear now at the roundtable discussion. So the moderator of this stellar lineup of speakers and copyright experts is Paul Keller. Paul is a policy director at Open Future, president and co-founder of Communia Association for the Public Good, for the Public Domain, research fellow at Libre Institute, the University of Amsterdam, and co-founder also of Creative Commons Netherlands. He is an experienced open policy advocate with an incredible professional background in supporting policies and architectures to improve access to knowledge and culture. So it is really with true pleasure that I hand over to you, Paul, and I look forward to discussion with you all later.
Okay, thank you very much for the kind introduction, and it's indeed an honor to be here. Maybe there's one thing that you should have mentioned in addition to what I am is I'm not a lawyer. I haven't studied law, so it's a special honor for me to moderate a panel with 5 law professors here today. I will do my best. I think hopefully the biggest challenge that we will have is to keep people on time and leave a little bit of time at the end for discussion. We have a pretty big and packed schedule with 5 people. Originally, we were scheduled to speak with 6 of us, as it was mentioned at the beginning. Valentina Moscon can unfortunately not join us for health reasons. She mentioned that she would have talked about the proposal for the International Instrument on Permitted Uses in Copyright Law, which is actually a published proposal, which you can all, if you haven't yet, take a look at. I will put the link to it into the chat while the others are speaking. That proposal is also something some of the speakers here today, Martin Zemskleben, who will speak later, and Séverine Dusollier, who has opened our event, have also been involved in drafting. So maybe we'll hear a little bit about that in Martin's presentation or not. I want to start with introducing Professor Lionel Bentley, who's Herschel Smith Professor of Intellectual Property and co-director of the Center for Intellectual Property and Information Law at the University of Cambridge. And he has actually given me the most uncertain introduction of what he's going to talk about, because he said he will likely say something about potential flexibility of the quotation exception and the undesirability of limiting quotation to dialogue. And Lionel, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Paul. Yes, I wasn't very sure about what I was going to say, partly because I wanted to listen to what was said at the conference and respond to that, rather than just wheel out material that I have spoken about many times before. I think I'll do a bit of both, as it turns out. So I wanted to begin by congratulating Séverine on her keynote, which it seems to me very usefully throws into a question whether the orientation of today's conference is an interesting one. Is it an interesting question whether there is flexibility in EU copyright law, and particularly in relation to exceptions? And is flexibility the characteristic that we most value in those exceptions? And I think in switching the key, as Séverine did, she turned us away from thinking about this just as flexibility to actually reorienting us much more around the fundamental goals and purposes of copyright and its limitations. So the question should be, is the breadth and shape of the exceptions to copyright adequate for today's society? Not, is there sufficient flexibility? Because that raises just questions about exactly what kind of flexibility you mean. Are we concerned with certainty versus individualization, etc.? So I thought that was extremely valuable, and it took me to really where my concern lies, which is whether the breadth of the exceptions within EU copyright law are adequate. And it seems to me that that's a more interesting question to try to answer than the question of whether there's flexibility within EU copyright law. Now, coming to the answer to the question, I wanted to focus on the area that I've been working on now for a few years, which is the quotation right, and to just ask, well, is the EU copyright law's interpretation of the quotation right adequate either to correspond to its international obligations or adequate for the purposes of the culture within which we operate? And my answer to this question is mixed, because in the trilogy of cases, it seems to me that there are some good signs, but some very bad signs. And when I was thinking about preparing this late last night, I was very much focused on the bad signs, and I was going to tell you that the whole of EU copyright law was a disaster. But on reflection, it is important to look at the aspects of the Court of Justice's judgments in those cases, and to see that there are many things that are positive about them. There are avenues they might have taken that they didn't, that would have been even worse than the ones they did. So the starting point is, well, what is the scope and what ought to be the scope of the quotation right? And as Tanya Naplin and I have written now in a published and lengthy, rather lengthy long essay book, the quotation right is required under international copyright law. It's the only mandatory exception. And it is broad in its form because in Article 10 of the Berne Convention, it's not limited in any way by purpose. So member states that are parties to the Berne Convention must permit quotation for whatever purpose, as long as it's proportionate to the purpose of the user and is in accordance with fair practice and acknowledges the authorship of the work that's quoted. So how far now, and we take the view, I think, although the book is not normative in character, that Article 10 reflects precisely the sort of position that we want, because it will allow for creative freedom for second comers to use and develop on existing copyright protected material, so that their creative activities are not unduly limited by having to get prior permission to use material that inspires or informs their activities. So how did the CJEU do compared to the benchmark of Article 10? Well, firstly, it didn't make the first error of thinking that the quotation right only applies to literary works or literary contexts, because in Pelham, it clearly acknowledged that the quotation right could be available in relation to musical works. Secondly, it wasn't put off by Article 53D of the EU Information Society's directive reference to criticism or review, insofar as both Funke Medien and Spiegel specifically say that the quotation right is available for other purposes and that those are just illustrative. So that's good too, because Article 10 is, as I said, not limited in any respect by reference to purpose. Indeed, the Advocate General in Pelham went on to say that many quotations, in particular artistic quotations, are not for criticism or review, but pursue other objectives. So that's a very positive sign. Fourthly, in Spiegel, the court went on to say that quotation could be in an unconventional form, reflecting the new digital environment, for example, through hyperlinks. It also said that there was no necessity for a quotation to be incorporated in a copyright work. So the quotation could be in some other way, doesn't have to be as part of something that constitutes a copyright work, which is a mistake that many, or a number of different national legislations have implied, that for there to be a quotation, there must be incorporation of material in a work. And finally, I'd say positively, the court offered a rather broad, if vague, notion of when the work is made available, by saying it includes when a work, the quoted work is made available, includes when it's made available under non-contractual license or statutory authorization. So that's the good bits. That's where the court didn't get things hideously wrong. But where I regard the court as making some serious errors is in the introduction into EU copyright law for the purposes of the quotation of the requirement to enter into dialogue with the copyright work. And the Court of Justice does this in paragraph 71 of the Pelham decision and paragraph 78 of Spiegel. It says the essential characteristics of quotation are the use by a user other than the copyright holder of a work, or more generally of an extract of a work, for the purposes of illustrating an assertion, defending an opinion, or allowing an intellectual comparison between that work and the assertions of that user. Since the user of a protected work wishing to rely on the quotation exception must therefore have the intention of entering into dialogue with that work. Now, if one looks at that closely, it can be an extremely worrying paragraph insofar as it implies that there might be only a narrow number of purposes for which a quotation can legitimately be used: illustrating an assertion, defending an opinion, or allowing an intellectual comparison. But it seems clear to me that the core of that paragraph is in fact merely the requirement of an intention to enter into dialogue with the work. And we can see this, I think, from the fact that the Court of Justice in Pelham itself recognizes the possibility for a musical work, such as in Pelham, to fall within one of those, to count as quotation. And it's difficult really to know how a bit of music illustrates an assertion, a bit of music in another bit of music illustrates an assertion, defends an opinion, or allows for an intellectual comparison. So it seems to me that by saying that this might be a quotation, depending on the particularities of the case, the Court of Justice seems to acknowledge actually that all that's required is an intention to enter into dialogue, not specifically an intention to enter into dialogue by one of those three possibilities. And that's important because the Advocate General, for example, had said the intention to enter into dialogue could be, for example, paying tribute to a work. And that's a much broader kind of engagement than those ones that are mentioned specifically in paragraph 71. Nevertheless, I do, even though I think this is construable then as quite a broad and open textured requirement that has indeed some flexibility for what that is worth, it is nevertheless, to my mind, an unfortunate and unnecessary limitation on the quotation right. And I say this for a variety of reasons. So, Paul, am I over time?
Yes, you're slowly getting a little bit over time, yes.
Okay, so I'll wind up very quickly. Firstly, there's nothing in the ordinary meaning of quotation that requires this limitation. Secondly, there is specifically historical background to Article 10 of Berne that indicates that this requirement is in fact not one that is legitimate in terms of international law. And thirdly, it seems to me that it is inconsistent with a whole range of different quotation practices that we obviously would want to allow within the quotation right, such as, for example, dictionaries of quotation. Thanks, Paul.
Well, thank you. That was very interesting, and I'm glad that we escaped you portraying the entire thing as a complete disaster. Like there's at least some hope. And I think some of our next speakers are going to look into ways how we can increase flexibilities in copyright law beyond directly looking at the exceptions and limitations itself. And the first one who will make such an argument is Tatiana Sinodino. She's Associate Professor of Private and Commercial Law at the University of Cyprus. And she's going to speak to us on soft law norms and instruments as a means to provide more flexibility in EU copyright law. Tatiana, the floor is yours.
Many thanks for this introduction. Also, I would like to thank Recreating Europe for the invitation to join this exciting event, and also to congratulate all the previous speakers for their excellent presentations, which are all complementary. In this very short presentation, I will mostly share with you some thoughts on whether, why, and how soft law norms and instruments could add more flexibility in European copyright law. First of all, we must admit that there is a current trend of rise of soft law and European copyright law. And while soft law in the past was mainly used in the domain of the enforcement of copyright law and mostly at the national level, both with the DSM directive, but also with the proposal for the regulation of a Digital Services Act, we see that there is a use of soft law norms and instruments in order to balance the interests between the right holders and the users. Regarding the DSM directive, we can refer, for instance, in Article 3, the TDM for research exception, where we can see that member states shall encourage the right holders and the cultural heritage organization to define commonly agreed best practices for the modalities of the application of this exception. In the much contested Article 17, paragraph 9, we can see that member states shall ensure the availability of out-of-court redress mechanisms for the resolution of disputes regarding the disabling of access to content or the removal of content that has been uploaded by the users. In the proposal for a regulations in the Digital Services Act, we can also see the same trend of rise of soft law. In Article 35, for instance, we can see that codes of conduct are mentioned as a main instrument for a better balancing between the interests at stake. And it is also highlighted that these codes of conduct shall take into account the interests of the citizens of the European Union, so the interests of the users. So soft law norms and instruments are already a kind of reality in European copyright law. Certainly, the most important question is whether, why, and how these mechanisms should add more flexibility in European copyright law. First of all, soft law norm instruments are by their nature an expression of a dialogical conception of law, since they are bottom-up guidelines which have been developed by the parties themselves. Even if they are not binding, they could help the emergence of a customary conduct in specific field, which later may also be endorsed by the courts. Moreover, these instruments, soft law instruments, embrace and promote a universalist approach on copyright law, since often the interests of each category of stakeholders, the interests of the users, the interests of the right holders, the interests of platforms worldwide often coincide. In this context, we can see that copyright law, online copyright law, does not avoid the general trend of the prevalence of a multi-stakeholder approach in all internet-related issues, from the structure of ICANN to the governance of internet, etc. Specifically regarding copyright exceptions, these instruments, this norm, could help to ensure more effectiveness for copyright exceptions. Indeed, copyright exceptions, most of copyright exceptions are designed to apply in a variety of situations. However, in practice, the application of the three-step test restricts their scope of application. So legal uncertainty often prevails, and what is done is that disputes are resolved by courts on a case-by-case basis. In this context, a multi-stakeholder approach could offer the possibility for a better negotiation of the range of copyright exceptions in specific fields. However, some clarification here is necessary. All these mechanisms can be truly effective only if they are used to complement mandatory copyright exceptions. A second condition also for the true effectiveness of such mechanisms is that users' organizations are part of the norm creating process. Regarding out-of-court resolution mechanisms, a lot has been said about the advantages of alternative dispute resolution, regarding that the parties can save money, they can save time, they can even reach creative results. For example, a right holder could co-decide with a user to jointly commercially exploit a user-generated content. However, here, some safeguards are necessary. Alternative dispute entities must comply with strong quality requirements. They need to be independent from the stakeholders, and at the same time, they need to be impartial. In this respect, it's regretful that the DSM directive did not provide for this kind of safeguards. The question has been left to the discretion of the member states. The member states have to be vigilant on how to implement these provisions in a way to make them effective. Regarding the ongoing proposal for a regulation for a Digital Services Act, here, of course, soft law norms and instruments are mentioned. However, the draft in its present form does not go as far as it should have been. And here, some amelioration would be welcome. The issue is not settled. This is an ongoing process, so we can still ask for some safeguards in order to make this mechanism more effective, such as the meaningful involvement of the users' organization in the creation of such codes of conduct and similar norms, and also why not thinking about binding best practices. So, in conclusion, I could say that soft law norms and instruments are already a reality in European copyright law, and they could theoretically bring some more flexibility. This approach is also consistent with the fundamental equilibrium, which is represented by the copyright law ecosystem itself. The relationship between the right holders, the authors, the users, the public, and also the producers. At the same time, this approach has certainly its own limits, and I believe that it can be only complementary, and that only legislative reforms could bring paradigm shifts in European copyright law. So this was it, and thank you so much for the invitation and for your attention.
Thank you very much. This was really interesting also because parts of it is very recognizable as having been involved in some of these processes that you referenced as part of a users organization. And I agree with your last point that we should not see this as kind of like a replacement for formal legislative changes as well. Let's go on to our next speaker, Maurizio Borghi, who's professor at law and director of the Center for Intellectual Property Policy and Management at Bournemouth University. And he will take us back to the other side a little bit. He wants to share a few comments about achieving flexibility in the construction of the scope of rights, reproduction, communication to the public, instead of in the application of exception. And the floor is yours, Maurizio. You are still on mute.
Now?
Now we can hear you. Go ahead, please.
Okay. Yes, thanks. Thanks, Paul, and thanks, Caterina, for the invitation. And yes, as you said, Paul, I want to make just a few comments on another side of flexibility. So flexibility is normally, rightly so, is associated with exceptions and limitations. And these for good reasons. And also for not so good reasons, in my view. One not so good reason is that this way is essentially the way that American copyright law works, and which has had much influence also on this side of the Atlantic, but is not something that should be automatically assumed for granted. Okay, so copyright law with this fantastic and broad, flexible, fair use defense works pretty much in this sense, in the sense of using the fair use defense as a flexible instrument. EU copyright law perhaps has some different as a different approach, and I will make a few points about flexibility at the level of the construction of rights instead as to the application of exceptions. So first, I want to make a point about flexibility as such. So flexibility is meant to be a tool to accommodate free uses that are not expressly captured by exceptions. But flexibility works also the other way around. So it works in a way to avoid using exceptions to give, for example, to give free pass to each and every use made by tech companies. So we have seen the European Court, for example, refusing the application of private copy to remote cloud recording services. And we have seen also European courts denying the use of the quotation exception for automatic extraction made by some algorithms of some tech companies. So flexibility works in two ways. And now we see something about the EU way. So what I think, in my view, is an emerging trend, an emerging approach of EU jurisprudence. As I said, flexibility at the level of the construction of the scope of rights. Okay, so and there are two ways, I think, in which flexibility can be achieved in this respect. One is by adopting a normative rather than a technical approach to the rights. And the second one, which is closely related, is to adopt a purposive rather than literal approach to rights. And the two more important rights in copyright are reproduction and communication to the public. So in the way the European Court has construed communication to the public, we have seen that this right has been interpreted including various elements, in particular including elements of secondary liability. So and these have received some criticism, and myself, I'm not particularly enthusiastic about the way the right of communication to the public has been construed across all the hyperlinking cases. I think there has been lots of confusion. But in the end, at the end of the day, this interpretation, this construal has achieved some flexibility enough to adapt to individual cases in a predictable way, reasonably predictable way. And of course, the interpretation is not perfect. But if you compare the fair use cases in the US, the US jurisprudence has addressed the hyperlinking cases using the fair use defense instead of the construction of right. You don't see much difference, and you don't see that the fair use approach has led to more flexibility or more predictability. I would say quite on the contrary. Moving to the reproduction right. Well, reproduction, we have a long line of cases on the exception for temporary reproduction, which is, to be frank, a bit of a mess with all these 5 conditions that overlap in many respects. But on the other side, there is a sort of a purposive approach that is gaining ground. And beyond the discussion on the exception for a temporary reproduction, the European Court has also explored a purposive approach in other cases. For example, when acts of reproduction are necessary to enable a permitted act. Okay, this is the case in Technische Universität Darmstadt. Okay, so here the reproduction for making the work available by means of dedicated terminals is an act that is not expressly recognized in the exception, but the court took the view that this act is inevitable, is necessary in order to enable the permitted act. And there is another case, a recent case of October 2020 is a Swedish referral, which in my view demonstrates that the court is open to consider further situations okay, where a purposive approach can be used to construe the scope of the reproduction right, reproduction and communication to the public. And this is a case about the transmission of a work to a court as evidence in legal proceedings. Okay, so in many jurisdictions, this is covered by an exception. There is also a limited exception included in the Information Extracted Directly in Article 5 for use of copyright works in administrative and judicial proceedings. However, interestingly, the court did not even need to discuss the scope of the exception to decide that this kind of use does not fall within reproduction and communication to the public rights. It was enough to give reference to the right of effective remedy and fair trial in Article 47 of the EU Charter. So this was sufficient for the court to conclude that the transmission of a work to a court as evidence in legal proceedings is not an act of communication to the public. And reproduction was not even considered in the sense that it was somehow implicitly permitted. Okay, so in this case, it was I think, a photograph, okay, that was used as evidence in judicial proceedings. So this is a very narrow case that is that maybe sits comfortably within the scope of exceptions, but is interesting, in my view, to see that the court took clearly a purposive approach to the construction of rights. And I think this is, a promising way in which flexibility can be achieved also on other situations that do not fall comfortably within the scope, within the literal scope of exceptions. Thank you for your attention.
Okay, thank you very much. And thank you for reminding us of the kind of like the power that the court actually has in shaping this field. We'll move forward with Professor Martin Senftleben, who's Professor of Intellectual Property Law and Director of the Institute for Information Law at the University of Amsterdam. Full disclosure, he's also the chair of the board of Open Future. And he's going to talk about between unremunerated permitted uses and prohibition power for copyright holders, why Europe must cultivate solutions based on remunerated use privileges and how it can do that. The floor is yours, Martin.
Yeah, thank you so much, Paul, and thanks so much to the organizers. It has been a great event so far already, and I hope to contribute a little bit. What I have in mind is a reality check, and so bear with me. I'm not so sure if at the end you will find that my comment is as diplomatic as Lionel's and the other comments have been so far, because if you ask me, this whole copyright flexibilities question in Europe is really a very difficult one. The status quo is, I would say, lamentable. European policymakers just don't understand this thing. We don't get the message across, even though there has been really, really important academic work in this area. So let me take it step by step. I follow the keynote which Séverine has provided and which put the different options so brilliantly in different boxes. So I start with what I would call the exceptions and limitations in the proper sense. And I mean, again, look at what we have done in academic discussion and work. We have pointed out that we have such a slow legislative process in Europe that it doesn't make sense to have a piecemeal approach and adopt specific exceptions and limitations, that more flexible approaches like fair use that function well in the US without ruining the creative industries and so on would really make sense. We have pointed out that there is a strong fundamental underpinning for more exceptions and limitations and broader exceptions and limitations, that it is a necessity to adopt this in order to keep pace and so on and so forth. And what do we get? I mean, look at this lamentable 2019 legislation, piecemeal approach all over the place. The little steps that have been taken fragmented into very complex provisions that leave rooms for so many discussions and interpretive quarrels and so on. I mean, and on top of that, we have contracts that may override the exceptions and limitations in many cases. We have technological protection measures that are still impacting exceptions and limitations. We have the famous three-step test. Please don't get me starting on the three-step test. Applying this at the EU law level is wrong from the very beginning, but I mean, for some reason, we love this in Europe. And then on top of that, I mean, Lionel, this was great how you framed it, but the Pelham decision and the approach taken by the Court of Justice in Pelham and the other cases is just fundamentally wrong. If you face such a straitjacket of exceptions and limitations, how can you say that fundamental rights must be safeguarded within this straitjacket? And I mean, in the light of your work on quotation and so on, we already see that this will just not work. So what do we get instead of this? Well, I mean, as Séverine has pointed out, with these inflexible structures for the true exceptions and limitations, of course, the whole system is very much in favor of copyright owners. So we give copyright owners, the creative industries, a veto right, a right to prohibit use. And this veto right allows the creative industries in Europe to control new technologies. So under the new 2019 legislation, the creative industries are in control of text and data mining and how stupid robots will be in Europe. The creative industries are in charge of regulating the platform economy. We put the creative industries on top of all the other industries. That's a good thing for the creative industries. And I fully agree that creative industries should be remunerated, should be fully remunerated. But the creative industries, I'm sorry to say, are not known for being the most innovative ecosystem among all the industries. So giving one of the more traditional industry branches a say about other industries is just not a very good policy, I would say. And on top of that, the strong veto right, prohibition right focus in EU policymaking is restricting user freedoms to a large extent. Whether the court says this has a fundamental rights color or not, I mean, at the end of the day, we have seen what the court then does in terms of interpretation, and I'm not convinced. Also, the approach taken in TU Darmstadt perhaps only reflects another point, that is the very narrow right by right approach. So there was this library use, and the court looked at all the individual types of using steps, all individual steps of reproduction, of making available, and looked for an exception covering each individual step of the use. Instead of saying this is important library use, we need a solution that covers the whole thing as a phenomenon in real life. The court divided this into each individual step. So is there hope for Europe? No worries. I will end with a positive note. Yes, of course, there's always hope. And I'm one of the most positive people in the copyright community, believe it or not. Otherwise, I would have stopped already and switched to trademark law, which is much more fun anyway. So, so what is the good news? I think there is lots of room in Europe to develop the remunerated use privileges. We must be very careful about framing. So I saw in the conference program that you used ugly words like compulsory licensing or statutory licensing. Don't do this. Don't do this. I mean, these are licensing opportunities which the copyright system offers, even though it concerns users that, from a fundamental rights perspective, would not fall under the control of the creative industries in the first place. So the industry gets something on top of what they are entitled to have. So it's a premium that we offer. And I would say we should offer that premium in particular in two respects. First of all, text and data mining. The European legislator, in its wisdom, has chosen for a licensing-based approach in Article 4 of the DSM directive. So we have to live with this. The only way of making the system work is now to have as efficient licensing opportunities as possible. I think we need a strong improvement of copyright data for that purpose, and we have to ensure that the licensing infrastructure works very well. But as Séverine has said, as other commentators have said, in principle, text and data mining is something that does not even fall under the copyright monopoly because it is not used of the work for enjoyment and so on. So that is something which the creative industries get on top of what is logically theirs. And the other case is the pastiche exemption, which from my perspective should be interpreted to become a general UGC exception. And then for that purpose, even though it is an expressive use, we would have licensing opportunities in the sense of levies, which have to be paid by online platforms. But also for this, we need very efficient licensing infrastructures. And this brings me to a final point. And I'm not so sure if I should say this at all, because actually I wanted to die a natural death. But I was at risk earlier when I said fair use would be a good idea for Europe. So here comes another one. We have to abolish at some point the national collecting societies. I'm sorry to say this. I'm really sorry to say this. And I think I know how difficult this is and how much national flavor and so on all these collecting societies have. They are the holy grail and so on and so forth. But they don't do the job because it is just too fragmented. So we have to think about bringing the whole collecting society system to the higher level of the EU. And this is also important for individual authors and performers because according to the distribution schemes of the collecting societies, they get a share of the revenue automatically. If the licensing process via collecting societies remains frustrating, the big industries will look for other contractual partners for negotiations. That's other big industries. And so in that sense, I think it will be a bad solution also for the individual authors and performers. How we bring the collecting societies to the European level, I'm not so sure. I have said perhaps we have to abolish the national collecting societies. Pretty sure this will never happen in any foreseeable future, but then we need extra stimuli to enhance collaboration between these societies and really making the licensing system more pan-European without getting extra fragmented as we have seen it at the moment in the area of music licensing, where it's hard to decipher where you get a license for the whole European market, at which individual collecting society you have to be. So there is really room for improvement. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Martin. That was impressive. It turns the direction in a somewhat unexpected way from talking about flexibilities to abolishing, or I don't think you spoke in favor of abolishing collecting societies, but bringing them to the European level. That is quite a tall order, but at least it's something on the policy agenda for the future. We have one last speaker and or one last panelist in this round, and that brings us sort of full circle because we're going back to Caterina Sganga, who I do not need to introduce because she introduced herself at the beginning of the event. She's going to talk about adopting a horizontal approach and reading of copyright flexibilities on the basis of the essential function of copyright and provide some examples how this could work. The floor is yours. Let's see, I hope we have a couple of minutes afterwards for discussions. If people have questions, comments, put them into the chat so I can see if I can throw something to the panelists while Caterina speaks. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Paul, and thank you all speakers for the wonderful inputs they gave us. So my job now is particularly hard because how to add something to what you already heard. So I think that my take now will be a sort of connecting the dots of what you already heard, and it's very much in line with what Séverine addressed in her very inspiring keynote. And as I said, it picks a bit of each and every intervention you heard until now. Well, the idea I developed, particularly while working on the data sets we collected in the past year and a half in Europe on public sources on copyright flexibilities broadly intended, is that compared to more dynamic and adaptive legal systems, we miss horizontal principles that are able to inform the development of all forms of copyright flexibilities in a consistent fashion. The feeling we all have, and you heard already, is that of a patchwork of ad hoc solutions that don't offer grounds for generalization. It's true that something changed recently, so think about the mandatory nature of exceptions in some EU directives, extended collective licensing as a way to pursue also public interest goals, the partial reordering impressed by the Grand Chamber Trio in July 2019, particularly in the role of exceptions and fundamental rights. However, there are still plenty of instances where there is no real consistency in the methods of interpretation and in the principles that are used in different areas of copyright flexibilities. I believe that the greatest example of this is the approach to digital exhaustion in Tom Cabinet. But there are also outstanding challenges in the development of the fair balance doctrine, most importantly, the missing definition of the essence of copyright, or the fact that the proportionality test is still too vague, too fact-based, and is completely ridden by uncertainty. Not to mention that it's still not clear what is the relationship between this new course of case law and the interpretation of the precept test, which remains next post filter for the application of exception, which is completely market oriented. This lack of clarity, this lack of consistency in the directions that are taken by EU copyright law weakened also, and this we saw it particularly in our mapping, the ability of national courts to contribute bottom up to harmonization and to remedy to the fragmentation caused by the InfoSoc directive and later interventions. The question then is, what can we do to change this course and at which level? My take is quite simple. Against this background of too fast technological developments, constant changes in business models, constant changes in the interplay between conflicting needs, we must probably strive to adopt a common and open conceptualization of copyright flexibilities, as technologically neutral as possible. This can inform both judicial and legislative actions and also be in line with the current paradigm shift we are facing, where the great distinction between authors' rights and copyright traditions is basically dissolving. And we are moving towards what I would call a European flavored incentive-based model. This framework would inspire all balancing tools, from the definition of the scope of exclusive rights to exceptions, statutory or compulsory licenses. I know that Martin doesn't like the definition, but I tend to be a bit, old-fashioned in using the terms adopted by also national legislators. Exhaustion, the definition of protected works, and so on, all as part of a unitary category, which shares the goal of ensuring that the boundaries of copyright and between copyright and conflicting interests, conflicting rights, conflicting policy goals are correctly set. I believe that there is no need to reinvent the wheel because the solution is already out there, and it's represented by the doctrine of essential function of copyright law. Back in the 70s, so not really yesterday actually, the court used the notion explicitly to balance between copyright, competition, and fundamental freedoms. Then in 2019 in Pelham, the court did it implicitly when it drew the boundaries of reproduction right of phonogram producers by excluding samples used in a new work and which are unrecognizable to the ear. And it did it because it said that such a protection was not necessary to safeguard the function of the right, which was protecting producers' investment against parasitic competition, quite different than what happens for Article 2 in general on reproduction right for authors. Basically, the court used for the first time the fair balance doctrine and defined the boundary of an exclusive right by adopting a function-based approach when looking at the interplay between copyright and fundamental rights. Now, despite this relatively conceptual clarity and usefulness of this doctrine, the essential function was not even vaguely taken into account in the Tom Cabinet case on digital exhaustion. It did not inform at all recent decisions on the definition of protected works, apart from probably in COFML a bit, and it has played absolutely no role in the fair balance proportionality assessment. But I would say that this horizontal approach to copyright flexibilities would be useful because it would abandon the dichotomy rights versus exceptions. And it would have a great systemic advantages of using the same teleological principles to draw the boundaries of exclusivity, no matter with which instruments. And it would turn our attention back again to the public interest goals for which the rights have been granted in the first place. Of course, I know we can discuss of whether or not the functions of copyright are univocal and clear. I believe that they are, and they are quite structured. There are quite structured legislative data converging around specific clusters, economic, social, and cultural. Anyway, if we look at copyright flexibilities as instruments to ensure that copyright performs its essential functions while not unnecessarily constraining conflicting rights or the realization of public interest goals, this would have an important impact on the way how we conceptualize at the same time the object, the content, and the structure of copyright. And let me briefly conclude with some examples so that hopefully we have some time for questions, because I see that the chat is turning very active now, and I'm very happy to see this. So, as to the object, the doctrine would justify a function-based definition of the subject matter of copyright and of the borders between copyright and other rights in case of overlaps. Think about Spiegel Online. They did something like this. Then it would also allow courts to take into account in the balance the social relevance and functions of different works and the status of different right holders, exactly as courts normally do in their property jurisprudence, if we really believe that at the end of the day, copyright is a property right, as the Charter of Fundamental Rights of the European Union states. As to the content, the doctrine would help defining the scope of exclusive rights on objective grounds, as it was hinted in Pelham. So when striking the balance, the courts would look not at generic copyright entitlement, but its essence, considering only those acts which are essential for copyright to perform its institutional goals, and excluding those acts which hamper the fulfillment of its social cultural objective. Such an approach, in my opinion, would have probably led to different results in the shaping of distribution and communication to the public, and probably to a different output also in the Tom Cabinet's case on digital exhaustion. As to the structuring, with this I conclude, the doctrine would help in at least 4 aspects. First, it would put in context and fully support the approach to exceptions adopted in Funke Medien, Pelham, and Spiegel Online. Second, it would finally give a more detailed and foreseeable content to the notion of fair balance and proportionality, since it would force courts to look at the essence of copyright, linking it to its institutional goals. Third, it would give legislators a guide to distinguish between gratuitous exceptions and legitimate paid uses, which would help broadening the variety of limitations by playing with property and liability rules on the basis of the function of appropriate remuneration. So not remuneration, but appropriate remuneration. And last, and with this really I conclude, the doctrine may also constitute a guidance to distinguish between legitimate and abusive exercises of exclusive rights, working as a closing provision in the arsenal of copyright flexibility tools. That's enough on my side. Now I really look forward to the discussion. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. As you can see, and probably everybody can see, like there's a bit of discussion on multiple strands suddenly in the comments as we come to a close of this event. I think there's, and I want to give the speakers the ability to react to some of these. I want to highlight 2 comments here. One which was made, and let me find that by whom, by Patrick Zill, who notes it remains unclear how you can achieve the level of flexibility desired by some speakers on a European basis without entirely rewriting the copyright framework. There is still no harmonization of moral rights unless you want them abandoned. A harmonized, flexible, and even fair use style exception seems to be difficult to implement without constantly interfering into the national competences. So the question maybe of an entire rewrite of the European copyright framework would be probably a bit of a too big of an ask. But like, I would like the speakers to reflect on this idea. What would be the next thing you want European policymakers to address? If you can express that in 1 or 2 sentences, We've heard examples from Martin, who spoke towards like the need to bring collecting societies to the European level. We heard a couple of other things, but if we can do a round in the order of where we've spoken before, so starting with Lionel, is there one or two sentences about where you think European policymakers should intervene next in the copyright framework in order to improve flexibilities?
Well, I don't know about whether to improve flexibilities, but you know, the European Copyright Society and before that the Vitam Project have been arguing for a long time for a single European Union law of copyright covering, you know, all aspects, all the major aspects of copyright law, including moral rights and authors' contracts and so forth. And we've started to see some move towards that in the authors' contracts provisions of the Digital Single Market Directive. But the person who wrote the comment, whose name I can't recall, is absolutely right. Moral rights have not yet been harmonized, and I think that would be a good thing if they were.
Okay, thank you. Let's go next to, I forgot the order which we had originally. I think Tatiana was second in our round.
Thank you very much for this question. I also believe that we shall move towards the codification of European copyright law sooner or later. And I also believe that this is the only way also to have a strong European copyright law rule, balance rule, because we need to think also to the conceptual identity of European copyright law. Codification is not a technical process, it's not a consolidation of the existing acquis. We should think proactively in a way that the conceptual identity of this new European copyright law is structured. And I believe this will be the only way also to promote solutions in favor of creators and of the public, also at the international level, because if we see now the enormous power of platforms worldwide, it's very difficult to achieve, to balance solutions and also to enforce copyright law for the favor of creators worldwide. So I believe that this approach, including moral rights, including contract law, including all this kind of taboo about codification should be followed. Why not also authorship, exceptions also in favor of competition, something that has been missed out. Many thanks for this question.
Thank you. Then the next speaker we had was, I think, Maurizio.
Yes, I would just add another point to what Lionel and Tatiana said just now is probably secondary liability. So now we have the e-commerce directive, now we have the DSM directive that have addressed the limitations to liability for a certain category, which now is getting more complicated with this new category of super platforms. So I think as I was mentioning in my intervention, the right of communication to the public has been complicated by the fact of incorporating elements of secondary liability. So I think this is an area that probably deserves some clarity, some legal certainty, also beyond copyright, okay, also in respect to other IP rights.
Okay, thanks. And I think we, like Martin, feel free to provide maybe additional suggestions for policymakers, although you already did. And I was thinking maybe also since Séverine reacted to your proposal, it might be interesting to also have Séverine as the opener of this conference to maybe reflect a little bit on what she heard. So like I invite both of you, maybe Martin first and then Séverine, to come back to us with some suggestions here as well.
Yeah, thanks so much. Well, as I said, considering the results of the 2019 reform, I'm not so sure if I want to see the EU legislator taking care of copyright as a general package altogether in the near future. I would not advise in this direction. Perhaps we end up with something that we even like less than the current framework, so don't even think about this, I would say. So let me focus on the last point I was making, because this also triggered a bit of discussion in the chat. Don't get me wrong, collecting societies do a great job, and I think they are of very, but they are very important for several national systems. The only thing is that I don't see them operating very efficiently at the European level. And this is, first of all, I guess, because there's not too much trust among them. The greater societies, the bigger societies trying to take care of pan-European licensing, whereas the smaller societies then find that they are left behind. It's very difficult to bring them under one general umbrella. And that's really a lost opportunity. I mean, also as a commentator, I would have much less difficulty agreeing with the policy making based on, in particular, licensing if we had an efficient pan-European licensing system in place. And I'm also saying this because the repartitioning schemes of collecting societies, as I said at the beginning, is not too bad. I mean, when you look at the repartitioning schemes, that's an automatic way of channeling income, new royalties directly to authors and performers without running through industry branches first and without much reliance on copyright contract law, which at the end might not be too efficient, or at least not as efficient as we would like it to see. So what I'm saying about collecting societies is not because I want to abolish them in the sense of making room for some new players that might have much more doubtful services than the established collecting societies, but I'm saying this because I like this system so much, and I think it is a strength of European copyright law to have those, but there must be some initiative to bring this system at EU level. And if we can achieve this, I'm also much more willing to accept all these piecemeal approaches and little commas and things that we see in the area of exceptions and limitations. So that would be the next step forward, to start a discussion on how to bring the collecting society system in its fragmented form at the moment really at the European level, in the sense of allowing national societies to have a word to say, in the sense of allowing the initiatives of societies to preserve natural culture and fund natural culture to continue. And this will be a very complex exercise, but we have to start at some point, because this is really a missed opportunity.
Okay, thank you. Séverine, do you want to share some thoughts?
Thank you, Paul. But it's not easy to conclude after that. It won't be a conclusion in any way. So yes, I agree with most of what Martin said, actually. So after I just erupted when he said that he would like the collective society to go, I would have advised him, yes, to run for cover, because it's not a really safe things to say today. But what my point about collecting society is that exactly what he said. If we want to deal with pan-European licensing, there was some attempt to do so in 2005 with some recommendation from the European Commission, etc. It just led to concentration of collecting societies, that led to more power asymmetries in the market, less cultural diversity, and less remuneration for creators and authors and performers. So that would not be my point. So my point is that collecting society, and I agree with all the critiques that that you could address to some collecting society. My point is that if you just leave everything to the forces of market, it will be to the detriment of authors and performers. And I agree with some comments that was made in the chat that authors themselves are very innovative, and sometimes they are more innovative than the collective representatives, and they also develop apps to be able to manage their rights, but still, they just enter into a negotiation that might be very difficult. So my point would be that we should really push forward the real guarantee of a remuneration right to the authors. So not only some protection of authors through contracts, but the fact that yes, collecting society should be able to come directly collect some money, not from producers and publishers, but from big platforms and big exploiters. And for that, we need collecting societies. And also during the pandemic crisis that we are still in, I know that, for instance, in Belgium, the collecting societies have done amazing work to just support the creators, the authors, and try to give them some money and try to also change their legal status. So, I'm really attached to those collecting society that do their job. And as to answer to what Tatiana suggested and Lionel too, I know that I would also be in favor of some sort of codification or, unitary copyright at European Union level. But I agree with Martin that for the moment, it seems like just opening a Pandora box. If we launch that discussion today, it might be even worse than when we have. So I don't know, I'm really mixed on that point.
Okay, and with that, before I hand it back to Caterina, let me try to give like a little bit of a summary of the discussion. So I see two major trends, right? Like, and I think that started also with Séverine's initial presentation, that really, like, if we want to think about flexibility or users' rights, to use a different term, like, we can't do this without thinking about like the remuneration infrastructures around it. That's pretty much the discussion between Martin and Séverine. And I think I'm very happy that you both also seem to have like come into a similar place at the end again. So thank you for that. And the other thing, which is probably much more difficult to come with a sort of hopeful concluding or future pointing remark, is that we're seeing like that the increasing complexity of the system, right? Like that we are building, I think it was Tatiana who used the term patchwork earlier, makes it much harder to even imagine a way forward to the point where people like Martin, I think rightfully point out that it might be risky to open up discussions at this moment. So this is probably more of a long-term project. At Comunia, for example, we are thinking like we did 10 policy recommendations 10 years ago, and we've started a process of thinking about what we can do in the next 10 years. So maybe this is something that more deserves like a longer time horizon. We will come back with that information on that later. For now, I want to thank all the participants in this panel, all the participants in the other parts of the conference. I could follow parts of it for your contributions. I also like, as Caterina pointed out at the beginning, this is a mid-term thing of a longer running project. So there is also still a lot of time to generate more insights, consolidate them into policy recommendations. And I'm very much looking forward to hearing more from Recreating Europe over the next year. And with that, I hand back to you, Caterina, for some final words. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Paul, for this wrap up, which was really wonderful, because it gives me now the opportunity to keep my concluding remarks very short, because we already run out of time. The problem of Zoom is always that you develop this fatigue, but then when the discussion starts, you would never let it finish. And unfortunately, now we need to conclude. But I want to leave also some hope, in the sense that the discussion doesn't finish here. With Recreating Europe, we are organizing another conference to celebrate, pardon me the word, the implementation of the CDSMD directive, which, as you know, member states are supposed to transpose by the 7th of June. We're gonna have another Recreating Europe conference in the afternoon of the 21st of June, called the implementation of the CDSM directive, snapshots into the future of EU copyright law. That will be a bit of a different type, because we will showcase the results of the project, not only with regard to exceptions and limitations, but also with regards to remuneration and reversion, intermediary platform liabilities, and preservation of cultural heritage. You will find more information about it very soon, starting from tomorrow, on Twitter, Facebook, and our website, www.recreating.eu. Let me just conclude by saying that indeed the discussion just started, and as soon as more results are out, we will for sure making it ongoing. Thank you very much once again for all the speakers involved in the conference, both from inside and outside Recreating Europe. That was really, really exciting, and I took plenty of notes to share with the partners later on to orient the second half of the project. Thank you very much once again, and look forward to host you in our next event.
Is Rachel here? I got to talk.
No, she's out shopping.
Bye-bye. Goodbye.